What's up? So today, there was a race that occurred. Was it yesterday morning? Yeah. We didn't end up watching it, I think, because we were playing Call of Duty last night, but tonight we are not. So I wanted to watch this race. It's the race between my friends Punch Shot and Kaons in the most recent GDQ that just ended this weekend. Day King, thanks for the 22 months, man. What's up? Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I have not even seen a run of this game yet, so I hope that the couch can provide some commentary on how the game works and how the run works. So we'll watch that. Maybe we can watch some other stuff later. My friend Ringo Tongo just made his first fully edited video, and I watched it off stream. I really enjoyed it, and I kind of want to watch it again. So we could also just watch that again, on stream, if we're done with this and we still want to watch some stuff. Or we could play some Mario Kart. I'm thinking whatever we want. Just a little update on the subathon. I think it looks good for the beginning of August. Maybe we need 6 more days. I don't really know. I'll try to decide that. There might be an announcement for a formal subathon date this weekend. This might be it. We might be getting the formal subathon announcement this Saturday. If not, it'll be next Friday, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, let's watch this run. I'm excited to see what kind of tech they have in this game, because we didn't speedrun this game. I only did the no-hit runs of it, So we'll see it.
Hello everybody, I'm Punchshot, and I'm so excited to be kicking off the cartoon block with today's SpongeBob SquarePants Titans of the Tide Any Percent version 1.1 race. Now, like our host said, we met the incentive, $15,000 for the new SpongeBob and Patrick, so we'll be getting into those costumes right after we start the game.
Yeah. So Titans has been around. It's been out for around a little over half a year at this point, and within that short period of time, we already broke the game open completely. Not counting the 2 spatula run from Rehydrated, this is the shortest of the 3 modern Purple Lamp SpongeBob game speedruns. It's only 30 minutes, and genuinely, I was really shocked at how good the speedrun turned out. It's really cool. So you're in for a fun ride. Jaxler.
Really cool,
yeah, hello everybody. I'm Jaxler. I'm super excited to be here. I've been a part of the SpongeBob speedrun community since 2015, and I cannot wait to show you all this game, y'all. We've got 2 of the best runners in the world showing off this game. Just if you thought the Cosmic Shake run from a couple years ago was wild, I don't even know where to begin with this game.
I hated that game so much. I think the hoverless run was all right, but that Cosmic Shake was such a mid speed run, dude. I ran it, by the way. I got records in that game, so I could say that. Oh, word. Thank you, man. I will take a look at that as soon as I'm done streaming. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, we'll get this wrapped up, and I can't even test it on stream anyway because it'll spoil what we're working on, but yeah. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right.
All right, ready to get into this?
I'm ready. Remember to change the
costume. All right.
Are we ready?
Excited. Yes. Is there a countdown? Mm-hmm. All right. 3, 2, 1, go! All right, so we just got to skip this cutscene. We'll get right into our costumes. Boom. And boom. Here we go.
The naked one.
Mine didn't count. Why isn't it working? Oh, okay.
Yes, he is, Cheese J.
82. Okay, thanks,
I want to give a huge shout out to committee as well.
Is this really fucking loud? Yeah, way too loud.
For allowing this incentive.
Yeah, I know, right? I was genuinely surprised when I saw that, but I'm...
You know what's crazy? SpongeBob's ass cheeks are allowed on GDQ, the most strict stream in the history of streams. But Twitch banned my emote for having a sliver of yellow sponge with the ripped pants. I'm telling you, man, I've been blackballed my whole adult life.
I'm not gonna complain. Oh, that's a tough one.
Let me test this to make sure it's not too...
82 yippee.
Yeah, so generally speaking, Titans of the Tide takes like a lot of the stuff that they messed around with from Cosmic Shake and adds a ton on top of it. There'll be a couple of like returning abilities coming back, but we're just kind of starting off the run. Going through, just working
Lee, thank you for the tier 2, 20 months.
Good vibes.
So the first strat, we're gonna have two cool strats back to back. So I'm gonna explain one of them.
Oh, look at this!
What you're gonna see first is called Super Bounce, and what it is it is a one-frame strat.
This is unpatched as well, right?
Little boost pads in the ground in this game that you can slam into using Patrick to get a lot of height. And if you hit the slam button one frame before you are about to hit the ground, you're able to get a huge height boost, and that is useful for several times throughout the run.
Yeah, and so the primary movement that we'll be seeing as well with Patrick are these dives you can do in the ground to burrow underground and then immediately canceling them, because that initial jump going into the ground essentially gives you a ton of speed. So we can kind of chain that over and over a good bit.
Exactly, and then so we'll be seeing our first super bounce after we get Plankton here.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, again, these are frame
I didn't realize
we'll be going through them a
that.
couple of times over the course of the run.
Oh, that got it, but like, there we go.
There we go.
Nice.
Perfect. First try.
Great job.
Thank you.
And I'm sure they capped this game at 60
so the really
FPS
cool thing
as well,
about
so it's a 160.
This is where we get to like swap between SpongeBob and Patrick, and in some of the more classic SpongeBob games like Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie, you would need to swap between them. So
Yeah, you gotta explain this one.
So we got the dive hover, so we can essentially do the initial dive animation and then cancel it by pausing.
I was watching Chaos,
which allows us to re-enter the dive animation, and we can use that.
It's tough with the race to like follow what's going on.
Some form of hover glitch makes its way over from Cosmic Shake, because of course it does.
Yes.
Not really.
Game has to have a flying glitch.
Everything translates.
Not really. It's a different. It works for different reasons.
Both SpongeBob and
like,
Patrick have different abilities that they can use.
the reason why the Cosmic one works is the reason why a lot of other glitches in that game work.
So Patrick, for example, he has the ability to pick up heavy objects, and later on he'll also get a grapple as well that'll allow him to latch onto those things from a distance. And you're also going to see, because of the incentive, there are going to be like 2 points during the run where, for progression purposes, we have to buy a different outfit. I don't quite remember like why in the game story that is, other than we need to continue the game.
Pretty much,
well, what the hell?
There was one of the strats actually that I didn't get in practice.
It's because Mr. Krabs has to like, it's like a stupid device to like introduce costumes. Because Krabs has to like talk to them over the radio.
In the game story that is, other than we need to continue the game.
Wow.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so they're like transferring momentum with these fucking karate kicks.
That was a balloon boost. So if you cartwheel or dash, the same frame that you touch a balloon after doing a karate kick, you can take the kick speed and take it a lot further, which is what
really
I just did there.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Momentum-based tricks, yeah.
I got one of them.
So the karate kick also is something that they started. Oh wait, we got a really cool glitch.
Yeah, this is the big one.
So. You thought cruise boosting was gone after Rehydrated came out, but it came back in Titans of the Tide.
Special thanks.
So if you activate the surfboard while talking to an NPC in a very specific way,
okay, so they do use the cruise boost in this run.
Of being on the surfboard while having the ability to use all of your grounded movement options. So the first time you activate it, it's going to give you sort of that continuous speed boost. So if you're to kind of stand still, you would like continue to move. But on top of that, it gives you some other properties as well. Most notably in this section being water or goo will not kill you, which can be really helpful. And there's certain strats we're going to use it for later on as well.
Yeah, if you either use your glider or you take damage, you will lose the speed from the surfboard, but all of the other properties will remain. Like you can still walk on water, you'll still be able to...
Yeah, you can walk through that obstacle as well.
Yeah.
I was reacting on the right screen.
The speed
they literally just jump past
that. All the other properties will remain. Like you can still walk on water, you'll still be able to...
Yeah, you can walk through that obstacle as well.
Special thanks to the Titans of the Tide Discord server.
Yeah, because the surfboard can like, it's weird. It can go through breakable objects for some reason.
Okay, so they're still cruise boosting here.
So right there, we, on Punch Shot's screen, we saw the use of a super bounce to get out of bounds, skipping a pretty lengthy section. And now we get to see the grapple a little bit as well, where we grapple the Stone Tiki, and we're actually going to make sure
decent
that it falls
speed run so far. I like the movement tech.
Yeah,
exactly.
To bypass some requirements later on.
The Patrick and SpongeBob
this is one of my
cruise
favorite
boosting tech.
routing points of the game. if we lose that stone tiki, there is an extra puzzle that we have to do. It loses about 90 seconds, and it's very nice that we're able to take that into the next room with us.
Alright, yeah. I should probably mention before I forget, you may see a hitbox that appears. It's because in the 1.1 version of the game, there's a bug where if you change characters in the surfboard, like the hitbox for it appears. Change characters.
Wait, am I stupid? How are they? How are they able to surfboard here? Oh, I guess this actually is the same area, so like technically you still have it. Like you're not barred from using it. Oh, that's really cool.
Hitbox for the peers.
I never thought about that actually.
It's very bizarre. It was fixed in the later versions, but since we play on 1.1, very bizarre. It was fixed in the later versions, but since we play on 1.1.
What just happened here?
It's very bizarre. It was fixed in the later versions, but since we play on 1.1.
Oh, he freaking, that is so cool. So he's grabbing it from a distance, because at this point in the game you have the ranged grab. He's grabbing it to him, you switch while you're grabbing it, and you kick it while you're grabbing it. That's really fucking cool. That is very cool. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I ran Cosmic Shake. I didn't run this one because that was when PS2 was found to be faster than Xbox, so I was doing the slop, which was more important, honestly, at the time. Like especially reflecting on it, knowing it would be the end of my career. Like after that, like it was basically just like fucking around in 2026. Like that was like actually the end of my speedrunning career. Was the slop? It was the big finale. So like I'm happy with what I ended up choosing to do, but that we missed out on a very well. I mean, there's always a chance to run it in the future, but that's very cool. Like this synergy tech between Patrick and SpongeBob actually has speed tech.
That bug is still present.
And right here, that is a force fight there, but fortunately we can use a mechanic that we used for the first time called grapple kicking, where we can throw an enemy with Patrick, and then we can actually switch to SpongeBob right after. And after pulling it in with Patrick, we can kick it mid-air, which is very useful. And also, we just fell through the floor,
yeah,
so
that's a hole in the floor.
Yeah, because they have to get that flag to progress the level, and then they can go out of bounds.
Yeah, our runners kind of strafe
skip
on
the
and
slide.
off of it in order to
wow,
prevent falling
that
off.
was
and then
fucking
we can
awesome.
Pull that with us, and then we use the grapple to take it where we're not supposed to, and just send that all the way over there.
It is.
And so that's essentially, there's 3 stone teams that intended to that all the way up, and then we use the strafe on and off of it in order to prevent falling off, and then we
yeah, so you can complete the puzzle early, yeah.
And so that's essentially, there's 3 stone tikis you're intended to use for this section, I believe, and that's going to skip getting one of the more annoying ones later on. So essentially, kind of just making use of the game mechanics in a way maybe the devs didn't quite expect, right?
Yeah, so we use that first stone tiki to fill in one of those slots, and then we can just use the other stone tiki that's supposed to be for that puzzle.
Oh, dude, they have freaking surfboard tech to kill these guys fast.
This is another force.
It's like everything that we didn't like about the Cosmic Run got fixed. This is fucking fire. Yo, Astro, thanks for the 63 months, man. Like, literally, like play by play, everything that we didn't like about the Cosmic Run got fixed with this shit. That is fucking awesome.
Surfboard hover.
The fucking, like, the fucking, like,
the thing is about
like surfboard rape. Like, look at this shit, dude.
Strats, like even the small
My
stuff.
God.
See if we got it.
Where was that in the last game? I missed out. This is a sick game.
Alright, we can get the alternate. There we go.
Wow.
Nice. I think, alright, we can
You got these like fucking momentum throws? Wait, the cruise boosting affects the momentum?
I think, alright, we can get the...
Yeah, because you got the cruise boosting off of Mr. Krabs. Yeah. And you didn't lose the surfboard because we dodged the trigger, right? So the cruise boosting affects your fucking throw momentum too. Oh, this is so fucking dope, dude. What the fuck?
I think you can low-key kind of hear it coming through.
No, this is actually fire. This is fucking fire, dude. And you don't take damage while you're cruise boosting in this game either. Yeah.
Also see on a couple things later on.
You don't take damage off the goo.
Mostly doing it on keyboard.
So like the puzzles are just completely skipped as well.
Setups for
why that happened? Okay, whatever.
So I don't know why, but like I believe it's the roll or dash button is on Alt by default. So it's really
no, it's really annoying.
It's really annoying. It's so
Alt tab. All right.
And now here we get to see the first utilization of
warp.
a
I'm not a big fan of
coordinate
saving warp
storage.
strats, but like
pretty much, if you have a jellyfish, you can catch it. But if you interrupt the
what are we
catching
doing here?
animation,
We're getting the surfboard
you're actually
back,
able to
right?
store your coordinates for a time until you use the button to catch the jellyfish again. So we're just going to store that right here.
Oh,
Or
wait.
you use the catch touch. If you have a jellyfish, you can catch it. But if you interrupt the catching animation, you're actually able to store your coordinates for a time until you use the button to catch the jellyfish again. So we're just going to store that right here.
Huh. Oh, it's
come
because
down
the
here.
net's out. Yeah, okay, wait.
And then, oh, I missed it. You can go for it again.
Oh, and it
Worth
slingshots you
mentioning, I'm
back.
pretty
Because
sure
it's like
version
VMS,
down there.
actually.
Yeah, right. There's a
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
there's
it's
a
like
version of it where you can
VMS.
also go out of bounds.
BFB,
There it
like,
is.
you
There we
get-
go.
They're all like
Yeah.
roughly the same.
Okay. So like, all right. So like, so far, this game has like all the tech that Battle for Bikini Bottom has that people actually like. That's actually crazy. Like we're talking about like Project Z. This game literally has like cruise boosting. It has like VMS like coordinate proxy storage. There's like Patrick movement tech. There's out of bounds. There are frame perfects, like frame perfect movement. Like this game literally is like, this is what we want. And we fucking missed it because we were doing fucking PlayStation. What the fuck, dude? This game literally has everything.
Yeah, the timing for that definitely takes a lot of time to get used to. If you do it too late, you're going to...
Wait, so he just skipped the whole
You're going
Dutchman
to,
fight?
You're just going to go back and bounds.
Because it's
past
waiting
the
for you to
out
get
of
to this
bounds,
point in the
and then
level.
if you do it too early, you're just not going to warp at all. We got the better of the two failures, so that's
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Nah, not quite.
It's worth noting as well, a big theme with this game's speedrun is that there's a lot of like triggers that you need to hit. So like right there before this boss fight, Punchshot actually went a little bit backwards in order to hit one of those triggers.
Yeah,
so that
exactly.
The Dutchman's chest
It's
boss
like
would actually,
hard-coded
spawn
triggers,
in so
yeah.
we can progress the game. We have all of these busted tools, but because of the way
That's the thing is like, they still design these games to try and fuck over speedrunners. Like, yeah, this skipped another slide. Yeah, like BFBB, none of these, like, there are no like hard-coded triggers like that. There are very few of them, if any. So it's like the time challenge are the only ones, right? So unfortunately, you still have these like weird, like archaic, like out of bounds, like movement sections. That's really, but like that's just like the game, you know. If it weren't for that, this game would probably be like 10 minutes shorter. That's the only thing about BFBB is like it really is sandbox. Like this game has insane tech, but it unfortunately might always be tied down by the stupid hard-coded triggers and stuff. Go watch Kaon's.
Punchshot actually... It's worth
Is it
noting
like
as well,
oh,
a big
okay, I
theme
see. He
with this
doesn't do
game's
that like
speedrun
proxy
is that
warp.
there's a lot of like triggers that you need to hit. So like right there before this boss fight, Punchshot actually
the
went a little
fuck?
bit backwards in order to hit one of those triggers so that the Dutchman's chest boss would actually like spawn in so we can progress the game. We have all of these busted tools, but because of the way, for the most part, the trigger system works, we'll talk, there's one level in particular that breaks that rule, but we have to kind of like, in our own way, go and hit all of those triggers in order to actually allow the game to progress.
Yeah,
I
this
love
boss
both of
fight
those,
is
honestly.
typically it's pretty linear, but there is a big phase skip that saves about 40 seconds. So if you noticed,
Dude, they really
during his
fucked
first
over the
phase, I
runners
actually
almost
threw
by
the chest.
like that's the thing is like none of this is like a lot of this stuff probably isn't possible because of the day one patch with the special thanks bullshit. They're playing on an unpatched version of the game that was like literally official for 3 minutes before they updated it. So like they wouldn't even have been able to get this version legally if it weren't for the fact that they like updated it like 12:02 or something when the game came out. So like that's the thing is like even if we ran this game when it was like brand spanking new instead of like focusing on the like optimizing the PlayStation slot, because like 29 hadn't even happened at that point. Like it still probably wouldn't have been a very popular run because of all the hoops you got to jump through to actually play it. Like that's another reason why Project Z is important though, because you know it's got to be like even like speedrunning like the patch stuff. It just makes it so much less accessible. It's unfortunate.
The barrel to the side of the chest. That is because when the barrel explodes and it hits the Dutchman in the goo, it actually does twice the damage. And if we do that twice, it actually gives us barely enough damage to be able to skip his fourth phase.
Oh.
Yeah, and so while we're taking on Dutchman's chest here, Steph, if you have anything you'd like to share with us, probably time for one or two quick reads.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. We've got a bunch of love coming in from your community, like $10 from Bob Loves Cheese, saying, excited to watch one of my favorite Saturday morning cartoons together with all of my friends here at GDQ. SpongeBob really brings everyone together.
I've never heard of Bob Loves
for
Cheese.
showcasing this run. Less than 3.
Thank you so much, Bob. Shout outs to my man, the roommate.
Cheese J also donated $25, saying anything but Mecca. Punch, I'm so glad you joined my Mario Odyssey stream, and we've been friends for over 8 years now. So excited to watch you crush this SpongeBob race from the back couch. Love you. Less than 3.
Yeah, love you too, Cheese J.
Love you.
Woo! Probably got time for one more.
All right, and of course we have a $10 donation from Patrick Starr that says, is Summer Games done quick an instrument?
Yes, it is.
It's a SpongeBob joke. It's a reference. Get it? It's like the show.
Keep those memes coming in.
See if I can write GDQ in the same
It's like the show. I just wanted to see the barrel explosion again.
Wow.
Sorry.
Dude, it's like a SpongeBob reference.
Epic Crossover donated $15 to MSF and said, best of luck to you, Punch and Kaons. It is truly incredible to see you both on stage here at SGDQ. Jaxler, my goat on commentary. I am truly blessed to be a part of this community, and I wish you all the best. P.S. I am also surprised they accepted this incentive.
Yo, it's so real.
I understood
so that
that
is the end.
The AI generated
the
donation here. That's GDQ in a nutshell, dude. Like all the fucking donations that were AI generated.
The next part of the story, where we realize that the Dutchman is going to come for King Neptune. So we're gonna go to King Neptune's palace to warn him. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama in this game.
Yeah, I'm going there too. I'm gonna be doing a different strat at the start. It's not fast, but I want to show it off. It's really cool.
He's trying to keep it close.
Yeah, there's so many strats in the modern SpongeBob runs that are like equivalent time save, but are just beast mode.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're gonna go for another one of those karate kicks here on the balloon. Oh, we got it. Oh, that's perfect.
2 for 2 is wild.
That's very hard to time because you're going so fast.
Yeah, the Patrick Burrow
here
momentum
see
tech
something
is
very
like, you see a lot of him
here.
in this run.
You know that wall on the palace?
Donation incentive got met for the butt-ass naked shit. Buck-ass naked. Oh yeah, this level
so that
seems
wall
really
just
fucking
doesn't
broken.
exist for part way.
Lots of
so we can just go straight through it and skip having to do one of these very small
suggestive
progression
walls,
checks.
I
It takes about
suppose.
20 to 30 seconds.
The walls are suggestions.
Now we have another force fight here, but Kansas is going to show off a very neat strat. We wish it were fast, but it just looks so much cooler, so I want to demonstrate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna show that off.
Oh, Chaos is gonna be.
And now we have another super bounce if I can grab it.
So how it works is you unlock the warp. All right, yeah, you'll see it.
I think this is actually what Chaos is doing. It was one of the things that was patched when they gave us the special thanks.
All right, this may take a
Why?
bit.
Because he's losing the race. I mean, like, that's not what it's about. Speedrun races are fraudulent. Like, it's all just about like showing off the game. And I think I really agree with the decision to do 2 different routes to show off more strats as opposed to caring about who wins. You know, like, that's just a smart idea for them.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful. To be able to get into.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
that's so hard.
And then we're gonna go under here and enter the boss fight like that, and then just gonna get rid of all these enemies here. And now we're gonna warp.
I'm coming up to the joke.
I feel like I'm missing what's happening with
Did I just soft lock? I soft locked.
Oh, he fucking oh shit.
And now we're gonna warp.
I'm coming up to the joke.
Oh yeah, you're coming up to the joke. Did I just soft lock?
Oh no.
I soft locked.
Oh no.
That's beautiful. Okay, can we what can we do here? Because like I literally have to close the game, like by force.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can go like if you just repeat.
Yeah. I know. I don't want to you know, like show anything on stream. So,
yeah. Just go ahead. If someone on tech could just like put the logo over Kaon's feed while we.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop playing.
No, they covered his speed too.
This game has so many soft locks like this. It's like actually crazy.
The game is very jank. It's very risk heavy.
It's still a purple lamp game after all, yeah.
can't believe that happened. All right.
I've never seen that soft lock before.
It's because
that sucks. Because I don't even think Punch Shot realized they're covering his screen too.
It's like ridiculous.
I see.
All right.
Just game's too hard. Okay, we should be good. Tech.
Wait, yeah. Let me just make sure there's a good autosave here.
Purple Lamp has a lot of soft locks in their games. Like, trust me. And that was a frame perfect soft lock. I was reading in the comments like. Literally, he hit a one-frame trick to soft lock the game there.
Oh, rats! Oh boy,
that's rough.
That's a yikes. All right,
oh, he's really far back. I won't do that
strat again. But that was literally just because I warped too fast. So I gotta make sure.
He was only doing it to show it off too. Like, he was just being a homie and he got fucked over for it. That sucks, dude.
It's all right.
So Punch is out of bounds.
Oh yeah, we missed that part.
So basically, by like. Sort of like diving right by the edge there, it kind of sets our respawn point like
that's
on
so
the ceiling.
brutal, dude.
Yeah.
Also, what's
this
up,
game
man?
has a respawn.
Dude, I was saying this game is so fucking sick, dude. You guys found such good strats, and like with how small the community is too, like really impressive stuff, man. I was saying like it's got like the same tech that people like in BFPB, like same like proxy momentum storage and like cruise boosting, obviously, like frame perfect movement and stuff, like. This is actually a very sick run, and it's actually like a nice, like 30 minutes is like really, really nice. So much better than Cosmic Shake. Yeah, absolutely. I really like what I see so far.
Feature where if you hit
I feel like I missed out, you know,
like
the fucking PlayStation slot happened right before this game came out.
Done correctly.
But I was obsessed with 39
it actually
before
spawns you a
all
little
that
bit
happened
above
anyway,
where you last
so,
were. So we can use it to click through some ceilings if you're close enough to a ceiling.
Probably wouldn't have ran it anyway, unfortunately.
And now I am coming up to the end of the palace here. I accidentally named that choice. Okay, beautiful. Now we are in Catacombs.
All right, so Catacombs is kind of the level that I said was, or basically referring to being the one that's like different, because we're going to get out of bounds here pretty hard. So what we're gonna do is jump up here, and then we can do a ground
seems like it's
here
way
to do a
easier
similar
to get out of
setup
bounds in this game than
get
it was
ourselves
in
out of
Cosmic
bounds.
Shake, at least.
And this is like the one level that doesn't have like the same level of.
I guess like this game's
tomfoolery,
also a
as I
lot of
to call
like
it,
chambers
where,
as opposed to like outdoor
we can actually
environments,
bypass like 90% of the, well, maybe not 90%, but this is maybe like one of the longest parts of the game casually, like by far one of the biggest like sections of the game. Like, how long did you take y'all to get through this casually? Like, what, like 40 minutes?
Probably at least 3.
Yeah, this was, doing the no-hit of this,
go figure, it's the
took a
longest
while.
section casually, but it's the fastest section in a speedrun. Go figure.
Yeah, thanks, Purple Lamp.
Classic.
Comma positive.
Special
comma
thanks.
Positive. Purple Lamp have been super sick. You know, obviously with the rehydrated remake of Battle for Bikini Bottom, but also just kind of continuing on the legacy of these more modern SpongeBob games.
Yeah. All right, we'll write in the sand again.
I mean, obviously it's like commentary for like a mainstream like speedrun showcase, right? But like, in all honesty, I find it really disappointing that like over the years it feels like THQ Nordic has almost like slowly like separated themselves from this community, right? When like the whole reason why they sold as many copies as they did of Rehydrated was because of us, you know? It was because of the internet, it was because of the community that was backing it. And like, see where we are now, like Cosmic Shake, you know, a little bit more distance, patching speedrun tricks, but like also adding them back into the game as like a feature, like that was nice. But the special thanks thing is like, I don't know, I'm a little concerned. I really, there's another reason why I also retired as well. There were a lot of reasons why I decided to retire, but I really want to regain my my influence on the internet again, so they have more incentive to work with us as opposed to like, you know, like the special thanks, like, you know, you guys are basically just like QA devs for them. Kind of unfortunate. I don't know, I have no idea. I would assume it would be probably around Cosmic Shake, but it's kind of scary as well that like Cosmic Shake sold like 1/10 of what Rehydrated sold, even riding off of the hype of Rehydrated, and the speedrunning community still being kind of alive, but I have no idea how much this sold, and yeah, 45,000 sales on, wow, that's low. Do you think they even broke 150? Dang, dude. I mean, like, when I looked at the Titans directory, like, it only had like 45,000 followers. Did I say 45,000 followers? I meant to say 300 followers. Sorry. Even Cosmic Shake has 13,000 followers. Rehydrated had like 80k. Cosmic Shake had like 13k. And Titans had like 300. Period. 300. Like 300. So like... Who follows categories? Well, Battle for Bikini Bottom had like 300k, right? People do. They don't realize that, like, we were the marketing. We were the reason why Rehydrated was as big of a success as it was. You know? So, like, Jaxler here, you know, not for nothing, but Jaxler kind of LARPs, right? Being an asshole, but, like, you know, he was kind of an asshole to me and the rest of the SpongeBob community for, like, a good, like, half of his time around these games, right? All water under the bridge, but, like, I don't think he's really in touch with, like, where we're at the moment with, like, the, like, purple lamp, like doing this backhanded shit with the glitch patching, and then, like, I don't know. It just kind of is disappointing to me that, like, they won't, like, they really just have a problem with, like, people speedrunning these games now. Like, I don't know how we got to this point. I know that Andrew Hance is no longer at the studio, but, yeah, it's like, it's just kind of sad, you know? Like, I know that there are still fans there, but, you know, there's a lot to be said about it. I just hope that they kind of recognize, like, okay, there's no marketing for these games without the community, because it's a big internet thing, and we're not really, like, leaning into that, you know? If anything, they're trying to alienate it, right? Yeah, it's not great. It's really just not great. But, yeah.
Try the right,
I wouldn't go as far to say that Purple Lamp's, like, you know, as of late, I'm a little concerned.
By jumping in that specific spot, we can actually unlock the next section, which, after we...
Also, I know there are some things I'm not allowed to say, but I will say that a lot of feedback on Cosmic Shake did get fixed and made better in Titans. And I can tell you with certainty that they were taking direct feedback from the community on what they didn't like about Cosmic Shake when they made this game. That I can tell you with certainty. Take that how you want. That a big reason why the movement was a lot better in this game, and there was more focus on platforming and puzzles as opposed to combat sections, I could tell you with certainty that they, you could almost say that it was handed to them. Hypothetically handed to them a lot of feedback from the community on how to make this game a more fun game for the more passionate players of the game. I'm just saying hypothetically that's something that might have happened at some point. But, you know, we have contracts that some of us have signed over the years. But that's just all hypothetical, right? They still listen to the community, and they still take us into consideration, but for some reason, they're just very stubborn about, like, glitches, and they, for some reason, think it, like, makes their game look bad. Like, things that aren't even really glitches, they go out of their way to patch it, right? So, there's, like, it's just concerning. I really hope that they're more open to, you know, speedrunning and stuff like that in the future. It always seems like it's been like a very like split thing with them, like how they handle the speedrunning community and stuff. And I do think that, like, if I still had the influence that I did 6 years ago when Rehydrated came out, you know, I don't think they would have gotten away with something like patching this stuff on the first day, right? Like, they can get away with it because there's no outrage. But they rolled out a patch when Igor didn't get credited for literally making the game, like literally creating Industrial Park that allowed them to make Rehydrated in the first place. When he wasn't credited for that, there was outrage on the internet, and then they patched the game to include his name in the credits. So you tell me, like, if Shift and the community surrounding the game, like, had the same influence we had back then, do you think they would have patched the game on the first day it came out and then let the special thanks to the Discord server, the little tiny Discord server that plays the game, for fucking QAing the game for them? No, of course not, right? So this is another reason why I retired, right? Because I think this has so much potential, having a relationship with the developers, having these games on Steam, like there's so much here, and we can do so much better. But a big reason why we're in this spot right now is because I'm a fucking chump, and I dropped the ball when it comes to like being a streamer and stuff. Like, I just focused on speed running like a chump until I ran myself into the ground physically. So I do think that like this community doing better is going to really make these games do better. It'll make them better to speedrun. It'll make them better to play casually. It'll make them more popular. Like, SpongeBob's not going anywhere. It's like Mario. It's like Mickey Mouse. And, you know, I think that it's time that we be more content pilled is what I'm saying. Especially because, like I can't do this shit no more, right? So, this is all I can do, and it's all I want to do anyway. So, I think that it's about time that we, you know, give our flowers to our other runners like Punch and Kaons, who are amazing at what they do. Like, show people these runs and like make more videos and stuff like that. Like, this is why we're doing this. A big part of it is because I'm concerned with our relationship with Purple Lamp and THQ Nordic, and I want them to have more incentive to work with us, not as opposed to just like doing us a favor, right? Because we were doing them a favor 6 years ago. You know, we were scratching each other's backs 6 years ago. Now we are just kind of beholden to whatever they decide to do with their games. They could completely just patch everything and not have any speedrunning modes, not even make an effort to put an in-game timer if we're just small and insignificant in the future. So like, we have to keep building, you know. We got to be more content pilled going forward. That's what people want. That's what everybody wants, right?
Lock it, we can just warp to. So that is what happened there.
There we go.
There we go.
This is where I died, by the way, for no hit
There he
run.
goes.
Yeah, I love that tech, by the way. We're fucking grabbing more of them. Wow.
Karate kick after using the grapple from Patrick in order to get out of bounds here. So I have a question for y'all, actually. Generally speaking, when it comes to like, if you're just doing lateral movement, do you usually like to do Patrick?
Yeah, Patrick's just
that
like
momentum
like,
carry is
like,
very powerful.
You know what that reminds me?
Because okay.
I gotta do this.
Because the borrow is like so
exactly pro gamer on YouTube. Somebody says like he hopes in the future they do the option to turn hovering on and off like they did with Cosmic Shake. Like that's a great compromise. Like, why they didn't do it in this one, I don't fucking know. Like, maybe I'm just very sensitive, but it feels like a pretty massive leap going from like patching something out and then adding it back as an option, as opposed to completely removing it and then saying special thanks for like helping us patch the game, right? Like, that's just I don't like that. Like, I don't like that at all.
Like Patrick is just generally like fast to use, like at all times.
And then like SpongeBob situationally has some stuff.
Yeah, so we're skipping the boulder sections completely as well.
Oh yeah, yep.
There's just gonna be a lot of those things like that in this run, where there's just like gaps in walls or just other nonsense that like we can just completely exploit.
There's so much happening at once. It's hard to miss something when you're talking about something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a quick run.
Now,
I mean, it's a short game, but it's also there's a lot happening.
To the
despite
first
it being a short
also
game.
got another
Very
balloon.
nice, yeah.
That's three of them.
Yeah.
Y'all. Hey.
Another thing about the frame perfects in this game, it reminds me a lot of another game that I really like as well. Harry Potter Philosopher's Stone for PC. Very similar relationship with frame perfects, where if you miss it, you just keep going. You don't retry it. Like, they're just extra things you can get in the run to save more time. Obviously, the better the run gets, you're going to have to get more of them. But it's not like BFBB, where it just cracks your nuts between a fucking hydraulic press and makes you keep doing it over and over again until you get it, right? Like, that's a really, like, that's swag, right? In this game, it's swag and it saves time. Like, it's just better, in my opinion, than just, like, you fucking miss the cannon and you have to climb back up and do it again or just reset. You miss Fast Nut because you missed the frame, or, like, RNG decided that the frame's not even in the frame spot where you're supposed to go for it. Like, this is just a better, like, relationship with frame perfect tricks that are 1/60th of a second. It's like, you miss it, you just keep going. And your run's worse, but that's it. Like, the the buck stops there when you mess it up one time. You
Match
know?
me on this,
No
chat.
slop.
$5 for every time one of our runners gets a frame perfect on those karate kicks. We're at, I think, 3 right now for punch.
Because like that's fun.
I don't know if Can's got any yet, but
having to keep doing it over and over until you get it is not fun.
Let's run it, chat. Oh, yeah, we got a really cool strat on this boss fight here as well. We got to wait around a little bit for the boss to become vulnerable. But in a moment here, what we're going to do is grab one of these jars and throw it in a specific spot and then grapple another. And so what we can do is throw this jar basically right on the edge of the platform where the boss is. And so now we can just spam the boss. And so after the phase transition happens here as well, we can just stay up here. And the boss
it makes sense. I mean, it's fucking purple lamp.
It's really hilarious. Like my jaw dropped when that strat was found. It's just like so ridiculous. It saved like 2 minutes.
Nice.
Honorable mention for what I just did.
We got quick kills.
I
we got good movement. We got momentum storage.
And I died. The reason we did that is because there is a glitch called AI glitch. Yeah, death glitch. And it is what it does is if you warp to somewhere else while you're in the middle of a death animation, for some reason it'll just completely deactivate all of the AI, so they'll just be completely non-aggressive. Why? Who knows?
It's really nice.
Movie has a glitch like that too. Yeah, it's like AI glitch. Like that, I was experiencing that when I was doing the no hits, and we had to actually like close the game sometimes because like we forgot to avoid it. Yeah, really weird game.
But it also has an additional perk. It'll actually get rid of
I really like this level, by the
damage
way.
planes.
This
It won't get
jellyfish
rid
level
of instant kill
with the
planes,
snow.
but it'll get rid of damage planes that'll damage you once. Yeah, that's going to be useful for the section that's coming up.
Yeah, and you also have to be a little careful as well, because that will disable some things that if you fall too far out of bounds, then you don't void out like you normally would. So
Right, yeah. Here's another surfboard situation. Another surfboard situation.
We missed the drain joke, but it's really funny. You know.
The crane joke and the
vibes.
drain
There's
joke.
too much going on.
Yeah. All right.
No, what's up, man? I really like this run. I think it's a great run. One of the best SpongeBob runs for sure.
So yeah, you're gonna be seeing a lot of this again. It's kind of. I'm really surprised it didn't auto-save.
I was just talking a little bit about how our relationship with Purple Lamp has changed over the years.
Some of the like I had this when I learned Rehydrated. Is just like sometimes the game is just like
it's political, right?
And
yeah,
you just get
it's classic Unreal.
If we had more
There's,
influence
like, so
on the
much,
internet,
like,
they wouldn't be doing
problems,
stuff like the special thanks.
Yeah.
You know?
There's a really cool section of movement coming up also. So we just did 2 grapple kicks back to back.
So I feel like I kind of like have like a
get
full
here.
picture of the tech already. Like.
Nice.
There we go.
And we're at 20 minutes.
I
so
didn't quite get the frame perfect on that
once
one.
you get the full picture of the tech, like there's only like 10 more minutes left to watch. You know, like the thing about BFBB that makes it the best SpongeBob run, in my opinion, is that it never shows its whole hand until the very end, right? Like maybe with like cruise boosting, it shows its hand. Like once you see UCBs, like that's it. But like even then you have like 10 more minutes left to go. I think that once this game shows its hand, like you still have like 10 more minutes, and like that's perfect as well, you know. Both are great runs. So that's the thing. Is like
actually, speaking of
now that I feel like I'm seeing tech get used like multiple times over, it's like I still want to see how the game ends, but like it's not long enough for me to like get bored, you know. Like, I'm still invested.
Frame perfects. The cartwheel actually doesn't give us any speed. It just gives you regular cartwheel speed when you cartwheel in a surfboard boost. It doesn't stack the surfboard speed on top of it, which is unfortunate, but oh, come grab the guy. There we go. I kept grappling the big one.
Yeah, and so we actually need to do this fight here in order to again advance the
Yeah, like I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but like that's just like
really
my
cool
thoughts
strat here in
currently,
a
you know.
second. Or it might be a little bit longer.
Yeah,
like I'm still invested at this point, and that's rare
so I
for a
guess while we're
speed
moving
run
here,
like this.
I think we
you know?
probably have time for another donation or
A
two.
lot of platformers just have mid strats, unfortunately.
Can do. You can sing along with this, but the lyrics are a little different. We have a $33 donation from Lingo saying, "Sing along with me as I top off my donation total for the week to $250. F is for friends who speed run together. U is for you and me. N is for naked, as in good grief, they're naked. From here in the MSE."
Yeah, that's fire. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lingo.
Oh my
Not
goodness,
bad.
that was awesome.
I just have like I just have a visceral reaction whenever I hear singing on Games Done Quick. Like, like I always assume the worst is about that.
So what we're gonna attempt to do is make
that
it
wasn't
out
bad
of
though. I'll
here
give it a 6 out of 10.
Surf up the mountain.
Oh my god, I got stuck in the catacombs.
Dude, they referenced the show earlier too. It's like it's SpongeBob or like it's SpongeBob. Anybody realize that?
The bounds, dude.
Oh my god.
You got stuck in the wall.
Yeah, that's insane.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Am I high enough?
Yeah.
So this mountain is
like it might even just be that like Germany is AI generated. Like why are they all from Germany? Like are they just like what's going on over there? Is it just a fucking server room? They just produce them?
Extremely steep, so there's specific spots where it is just slanted enough that we can essentially spam getting on and off of the surfboard in order to climb all the way up it. This is a big part of the reason we set up the AI glitch as well, because there's a bunch of like damage planes through here as well.
It's unfortunate that this is the only way to do this. Like it seems like shit. Like
by the way, I forgot.
The game really doesn't want you to be up here.
It seems like such a shit strat to do.
It's fighting it really hard.
Yeah, so this one like takes a lot of practice as well. And then once you get kind
this
of up
seems
the side
fucking
of the mountain,
shit
you
to
can
do.
kind of use your speed to get around here.
Yup. Yeah. See, like that's the thing is like, this is the reason why the Flying Dutchman game is like such a shit speed run right now, right? Because like you have like, these strats that suck to do, and if you don't do them, you lose a minute. You know?
And land inbounds. Let's go. Nicely done.
Now we have. It's not over yet. We have the.
And he's proxying that, so he's gonna clip into the mountain. Yeah.
The
how far down does he have to go?
This is the second use of that.
Yeah, hopefully he gets it. If not,
that's pretty iconic. Like falling into the void.
Yeah, this is maybe my favorite of the sort of coordinate storage tricks.
Okay, nice, beautiful.
Yeah, so he clips into the thing.
Inside the cave. We're not supposed to be up this high, obviously.
Very nice.
But now, since we have the surfboard state, we are able to just go straight through those rocks.
Very cool application.
Yeah, so there's certain, just in the game casually, certain planes that it's like, once you walk through here, you are no longer allowed to use your surfboard. And so by doing that sequence, we, I believe, bypassed a couple of those.
Yeah.
So that we don't have to worry about that.
We got that like 25 minutes ago, bro. Like we're already past that.
Reload our autosave in order to spawn.
I'm just trying to see how they fight Sandy.
Nicely done. That's a really, really tough segment. So
yeah, that's one of the hardest segments of the run, for sure.
Yeah. So he clips at the top.
I do it with controller. It's like it's like I think like the one fight in the game that like isn't like totally like auto-scroller. Like it's like based on like how fast you can do
this
your
fucking
inputs.
Dark Souls.
Yeah, like you can look at this, practically Dark Souls right here.
Yeah, exactly. So the big thing you'll see as well, we've seen it already.
Yeah, and that's confirmed, by the way. The Catacombs has a bonfire that you can light. Like it's literally Dark Souls. So they were inspired by Dark Souls, like the Soulsborne, Elden Ring games. They were inspired by the speedrunning community's feedback. Like, it's a good game. It just sucks that there's not a lot of content in it, and the DLC was fucking booty butthole cheeks. Unfortunate, but I really think that like, well, we have like 2.5 years, right? If we can get this community fucking cooking again. If we can just like figure this out and get ourselves back to where we were when Rehydrated was coming out, and like when the game comes out, like the kind of thing like a special thanks happening again would be like a Twitter event. People would be like up in arms about them like patching the game, right? Like I don't know. I just I'm not saying this from a standpoint of like strong arming, right? It's more so that I feel like there'd be more consideration for the speedrunning community if we were not just a little niche thing like we are now. Like, even BFBB is a tiny fucking speedrun. BFBB and Mubi are like the same size of community at this point. I feel like I went to sleep for like 3 years and woke up, and now like everything's just like very, very small compared to what it was. But, you know. Yeah, we have a lot to work with here.
It's just ground pounding in place is going to be our best form of DPS for most of these. Just
content,
because you can jump
content and politics,
man. And it's really,
like,
really strong.
Matters a lot.
While I'm fighting this boss, we might have time for another donation or two.
Yeah, I'm heading to the boss too.
That we can do. I'm going to need a little audience participation on this one. We have a $5 donation from Starwind X9 that says, "Is this the Krusty Krab?"
No, this is Patrick.
This is Punch Shot.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Thank you very much. We also had a $10 donation to MSF from XCOG that says, watching peeled Patrick walk on water at high velocity for the first time was
it's the show.
An experience.
Reminds you of my interview when they asked me who lives in a
myself.
pineapple under the sea.
Yeah, please do.
And also, lastly, a $100 donation from Zader that just says, love you, Punch Shot.
Oh, that's my family right there. Thank you so much. I love my family. It's so supportive. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so
That's
right
nice.
there, we just did another glitch where by like reloading there, you spawn in like double the amount of enemies. And it doesn't really care what enemies.
Oh, interesting.
Zader that just says, love you, Punch Shot.
Oh, that's my family right there. Thank you so much.
Oh, so there are more of them, so you can kill the correct. Like it's just hard coded, like spaghetti slop. You kill set number of enemies, it progresses. It's like the sea needle in Rehydrated.
I love my family. It's so supportive. Thank you so much.
Yeah, exactly.
So right there, we just did another glitch
I
where
love my
by
fucking
like
purple
reloading
spaghetti
there,
slop.
you spawn in like double the amount of enemies. And it doesn't really care what enemies that you defeated. It really just cares about your kill quota. So by respawning the enemies again, you can just destroy all the enemies that like die in one hit and just instantly clear the fight. It's really nice. There's a couple of bruiser enemies there that are really slow. So really, really nice find there. Yeah, kind of to what Gans was talking about with controller a bit earlier. It's kind of funny. A lot of the modern like SpongeBob, especially Rehydrated, has like a lot of stuff where you actually want, in a lot of instances, to have keyboard and mouse and controller because different things are easier on one versus the other. Or in Rehydrated's case, you unplug the controller and it breaks the game.
It's so ridiculous. Yeah, Rehydrate is a bug where like, it's low-key like
The
similar
nuke,
to like the death glitch in this like the death glitch in this game because like has like a similar effect, but like you unplug the controller during a load and it gives you like a similar effect. It's like really
it
weird.
blows
though,
up every
like, you're
TV in the
literally
map.
Oh, that sucks. That's tough.
Good.
That's fine. That's fine. We can do it again.
Also, I love how that when we're doing the hover glitch with this costume, like every other pause, Patrick is just mooning the camera. So that's really epic.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like, you can just, I don't think I really need to describe how much we're skipping by doing these floats. Like, you can see all of, like, the game.
Yeah, a lot of game. Like, Ratchet and Clank does this. That's, like, only, like, that does suck that is a big part of, like, certain areas, like rapid pausing and unpausing. BFBB had that at one point, and it was really shitty. But, I don't know, one way or another. Somebody wiped their ball sack on a disc or something, and now we don't do it.
It's like over there, but what if we just did
Maybe some things happen in between.
That's better.
But that's what I got
one
from
of the
it.
floats we'll do in the final boss sequence as well. You can also, instead of using the pause menu, chain it with the surfboard. But you lose height gradually over time, so a lot of times it's best to just do the regular
sick.
floats.
You kick with the pizza.
But
Nice.
you might be wondering, hey, if we have this busted float glitch, why don't we use it all of the time? And mostly that's because Patrick's like burrow movement and just like the other gameplay mechanics we have access to are just
I just mean like it looks
so much
ugly,
faster
you know?
than just,
like it's just an eyesore to look
diving
at.
midair. And we got the damage boost there as well, so nice.
Yeah.
Like when we used to do, well, BFPB is different because like the pause storage is like a fucking flashbang, right? Like my viewers would actually complain that they'd wake up because like the flashing lights would like wake them up. It's just shit.
I don't think you see it in the route anymore, but if you have the surf boost speed and hover, it is pretty fast.
Yeah.
It's not as fast as like moving with the surf boost, but it's still fast.
Yeah, because it's essentially like you're on a treadmill, so like you could just be standing still, and you will just be like,
okay, that's fine. I was just gonna use the air current there, and then I saw the cannonball coming at me. I was like, that works.
Whoa,
Okay.
get that. Okay, thank you.
I feel like the game has just been kind of a little rude
another
about
one.
the there's number 4, baby. Let's go.
four, I've
Number
got-
Yeah, I
4.
mean the
That's
game's
funny.
also new, right?
Good stuff. Again,
Nice.
frame perfect strat. So we're on Punch Out screen in the final boss now. So again, this run goes by really, really fast. And also this boss fight maybe takes up like the largest percentage portion of the run. I think it's like what, a 7 or 8 minute fight?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
It's
it
at least 7
actually
minutes,
is very
yeah.
Yeah,
long.
because this fight, obviously we're fighting the Flying Dutchman, we're fighting King Neptune, the
You get
Titans
booted out to
of
the
Tide.
slide levels and stuff in between.
It's in the name.
There's Titans
Thanks for
right
leaving
there.
me hanging, crowd. I really appreciate it. But we're actually doing a strat here on this first phase on purpose, where we're just going to give the
Yeah.
Dutchman the stare down. because you can DPS through this first phase, but the game doesn't really expect you, low-key, to kind of not just DPS them in the first phase. And so if you carry over this amount of health bar into the second phase, you can essentially do a boatload of damage in the next, allowing you to skip the phase after that, essentially.
Yeah, because his
this will get Dutchman
down
straight down to half HP bar, sending us straight into the King Neptune portion.
Yep, for some reason it just doesn't work with King Neptune or any of the other phases of the boss fight that come later on. It's just the first one with Dutchman. We've tested it endlessly.
Yeah, and then on the other side here, we got Kaons going for the mountain climb here. So, chat, crowd, send Kaons your energy. Kaons, you got this.
You got this, man.
Yeah, I feel bad, man.
These enemies that spawn in between,
you know,
they
it's like
actually
you went for a
just don't affect the
strat
fight at
to
all.
like show it off in GDQ.
Even if you don't kill them,
which wasn't even
phase stays
saving him
just the same.
time. He was just doing it to
goes
be
at
a
the same
homie and
time,
he got
so
fucked for it.
no time lost or gained.
Such is life. No good deed goes unpunished, especially in the world of SpongeBob. SpongeBob speedrunning.
Okay.
All right, that's the first part.
Yep.
Now we store the coordinates from the jellyfish.
Oh.
And as we say that, I am in the slide of the final boss, and this is where we do our last.
Oh, he was
recover,
talking about chaos.
But with slide speed, it's unique. All right. Nice.
Yeah,
I saw in the comments, Kaon said it was frame perfect.
that was an extremely fast mountain climb too. That was really
I mean, like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen in GDQ,
I can't
right?
emphasize
The most
enough how hard
insane
that
shit
strat
happens
is.
in GDQ.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. It took me forever to even like conceptualize how to do it.
Yeah, really, really well done.
Thank you.
And then on this hover as well that Punch is doing right
Rehydrated,
now. Punch is taking
beaten
the
in
slide
2
speed
minutes
and
the
carrying
day
it into
before the game
hover,
came
which
out
makes
was
this a lot
actually
faster.
just
In
the
this section of the
pinnacle.
slide, there's a lot of curves around and stuff like
Like,
that.
you have a game
So
that
this
was
is
made
kind of just
because of
letting us bypass
speedrunning,
it.
being beaten
And then towards
the
end
day
as
before
well,
it came out
we can
on a weak
also,
copy in
once
2
we're getting
minutes.
closer to our destination, swap over
There's just nothing, like,
swapping between
literally nothing
surfboard
could top
and
it.
sort of these ground pounds to sort of slow fall while
Depressing
also doing
thinking
some of the
about it,
surfboard
honestly.
speed as well. So like this, for example. So instead of sort of the flashing imagery, maybe with the pause menu,
so
we
switching
just get
between.
right
Okay,
in
so you
here.
store the tongue, and you can also.
I'm sorry, correction. It's not. We don't have the surfboard in here. What's happening is that the slide you just for some reason pause in the air whenever you switch characters. So we just spam character slam and the slam button, and it just works the same.
Yeah,
you
it's
get the slide momentum
character
with it,
swap
too.
hover. It's only really useful with slides.
Whoa! God, what is happening here?
Wow.
Please. Okay, no, everything's fine. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
even if he did fall, it's not that big of a deal because he'll just respawn right back there. But we did the old route with the death glitch, and if you fell, like the run was like totally over. It was just like totally cooked.
Dude, Titans woke up today and chose violence. Like, this is rough.
So, yeah,
So how long you been running games, Darkness?
3, 4,
You fairly need to
5.
What does the
speedrunning.
stone
You
geek
come
do in
from
there? That's
another
not
game or
usually there.
something.
Anyway.
Yeah, so right there, you saw again, Kaon setting up that like enemy dupe, essentially just instantly clearing that fight.
Just duplicating the boss fight. Yeah, it's, like, it's such a ridiculous glitch.
And that's like the thing I think is really cool
keyboard
about
and
the
mouse. I
Titans
mean,
run
like
is
that's
like
the,
you've
like
got
always
the
the
cool
meta
movement,
for
you've got
these
the cool
things, right?
glitches,
Like
but
with
it's
Project
so
Z, like
varied, right? And I
balancing
think that's,
keyboard and
like,
mouse will
the
probably be
big
something that we have to
hallmark
look into a lot.
not even just modern SpongeBob, but
It's your
all
first
of the
real game?
SpongeBob
Nice,
games,
man.
where you just have this
I wish you the
giant
best of luck,
assortment
sir.
of like weird tech and glitches that maybe only come up in 1 or 2 places, but they're really sick and save a bunch of time. Yeah, so Punch Shot moving on through here with the latter half of the final boss here. So Speth, if you got anything more you'd like to share with us, now would be a great time.
Oh, we've got a whole lot of love still coming in for this run, like a $20 donation to MSF
I'm
from
definitely
Karate
biased
Man
in making
that says
controllers stronger
anything
than
but
the keyboard.
Wait, he's actually
personally.
playing Titans. Good luck, Punch Shot.
Thank you so much, Karate Man.
Yeah,
a little bit of
Punch kinda just,
context
like,
there.
plays these games
I
to
prefer
warm
to
up for
save this
GDQ. He
game
runs
for
a lot
so
of games,
long on
actually.
stream to practice, so it kind of became a running gag to say anything but Titans.
Yeah, I know. You did insanely well for how much you slacked off.
Oh, come on, man.
And I want to give a shout out to some more
yeah.
SpongeBob memes coming in from our generous donors out there, like $25 from Moss, saying,
Nah, really?
Day 7, give it up for Day 7.
Wouldn't it be
And a $50
better,
donation
'cause it doesn't
from
drop inputs?
an anonymous donor that says,
Controller just sucks
oh,
for
Magic
everything."
Conch, what should we do next? Donate to MSF.
People have
Thank
been
you so
saying
much.
this.
The Magic Conch has also been saying this.
All right. So right there, Kaon's getting a damage boost there on purpose. Punch did it as well, where you don't quite have enough height to get there. So you do the damage boost to get on top of the ledge right there, and that lets you continue the hover the rest of the way. Nicely done. Yeah, both of our players are in fights right now, so probably time for maybe one more.
Yeah, we can do a quick $100 donation from Binary Clone that just says less than 3. Thank you so much for that generous donation, as well as another $250 donation from Mr. Sleepy, which is how a lot of us feel this morning. But this is waking us up. And they said, good morning, less than 3. Thank you so much for your donations to MSF.
Yeah,
and good morning to you.
Yeah, thank you all so much for your generosity as well. Just raising like $15,000 just to make SpongeBob and Patrick naked.
Oh, that reminds me. Hold on.
Yeah, you might want to.
Oh, no, he is naked. I forgot that's just his costume. I forgot SpongeBob isn't naked. He's just has a hole in his pants.
Yeah. Oh, and that's time for Punch Shot as well. Sorry.
Sorry, going too hard with the donation.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
34, yeah.
GG, man.
Yeah,
GG.
and honestly,
yeah, we'll watch the rest of it. I really like this run a lot. It's a great run. It kind of actually reminds me of the Patrick Star game, where it's a lot of movement and stuff, and then at the end you have a really long final boss. Similar in that regard. Yeah, I put them on like similar levels. I really like both of those run a lot as SpongeBob games and speed runs. They're both great runs. Similar tier. That's great. Been getting good SpongeBob stuff. Yeah, man. Thanks for all your work. Nah, I don't necessarily agree with that. You know, sometimes people just don't find certain things, or they get found like beyond the point, you know. Like, I'll tell you my experience with speedrunning BFPB for all those years. There were a lot of things where, like, if they were found later, or like I didn't implement them when I did, they never would have been shown off in a world record, you know. So you never know. Like, it's part of the history of the game, you know. So you always got to give the flowers to the Strat Hunters.
How evil the game has been to Kaons this race, like
it's insane. I know. This like, game hates me.
Yeah.
Like, I got a soft lock and the
special thanks upcoming.
Like that's just insane.
Yeah, but I mean that's just SpongeBob for you in a nutshell.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Have you ever?
Yeah, I was always more of a router as well.
No, no, I haven't.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Oh my god.
But I don't even think. I literally just think it was like some menuing jank where I just like warped too fast.
Yeah.
Super weird.
What we in the industry would like to call a Unreal Engine moment.
Exactly. Like everyone loves Unreal Engine. It's really great.
For sure.
Is everyone hyped for Unreal 6?
Woo!
I love slop. Okay.
Just shitting on Unreal Engine on GDQ.
Oh my goodness. I just want to give Kaons a huge shout out as well. This is Kaons' first time on the GDQ main stage.
Yeah.
Kaons was also on the commentary, basically did remote commentary for Cosmic Shake 4 Punch Shot a couple years ago, and just
I can't believe it's 2 years ago.
It's wild, isn't it?
I have a funny story about that commentary.
These past 2 years have gone by very fast.
Everybody agrees. Kaons voice is very unique.
Sorry, like, I'm just looking at the credits. I'm just waiting for the special thanks. Like, I'm just waiting. Oh, here it comes.
So I got home after the run. Kaons was doing remote commentary, like we said. When I got home, my parents were like, "Oh, and I love that guy online that was doing."
Oh, because the special thanks isn't in this version because it was before they patched the glitches. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When I love that guy online that was doing the Patrick impression. And they thought he was using a voice filter. That's why he had to be online. And
that's really funny.
How many people actually thought we were using a voice filter?
Yeah. I'm still surprised at how good the audio quality was over a Discord call.
What's the deal with the special thanks? So, I'm the narc, right? Like when the game was announced, I made the Discord server and I posted online. I was trying to hype up the community. Like, dude, they already found cruise boosting in this demo they released for Titans, right? So we made the Discord server and like people started posting strats for the demo and speedrunning the demo. And Purple Lamp had some feds in the server like observing the strategies, and they used the runners who were running the demo to patch the glitches that were found in the demo in the full game when it came out. So like a few minutes after it released at midnight, they rolled out a day one patch that patched all the cool glitches, like cruise boosting and like the momentum, like ledge grabs and stuff, like at the beginning of the game. Like all these things got patched. And then at the end of the game, they put in the credits a special thanks to the Titans of the Tide speedrun Discord server. So that's what the special thanks joke is, because I led them. I mean, like in trying to, I did notice that. Yeah, that's basically obsolete. I didn't even see it used once. And it seemed like shit to do anyway. But yeah, they got the special thanks for showing them the glitches, like basically QAing the game for them. Patching things that don't even affect the game casually, which I'm always against that.
Yeah, huge shout out to Tech, by the way, for not only getting this dual PC setup going, but also just like.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed there, but like the Naked Patrick costume doesn't have a mouth. It's so weird.
Fuck that.
Wait, what?
Yes, I didn't notice that.
I never noticed that.
Wait, did you notice that?
I did not.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
hold on.
So
I gotta show this.
You have to go on a slide as the Naked Patrick costume.
Hold on, let me go.
It's like I need to see this, but I also am not prepared to see this. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's a really weird oversight. I don't think they ever fixed it.
Okay, well, I'm not there.
I also just like love the ASMR that goes on whenever you're doing one of these hovers as well. All right, I desperately need to see this.
We're gonna get there soon.
Is this really how long it takes to get to the nearest slide?
I need to see it too. I never noticed that. I'm a runner.
You know, a movie you can just warp to half the fucking levels in the game and slide for 20 minutes at a time.
I gotta do that again, so you got more time for that. See, look at that.
Oh, he has no mouth.
Yeah.
Wait,
he has no texture inside of his mouth. Okay.
So like it's like open, but there's no like texture to it.
Yeah.
So it's just.
I think they literally just like selected the layer above his skin and hit delete, and like his pants were like part of that layer, but also like the inside of his mouth, like some bullshit like that. Like they literally went zip, and just deleted the texture layer in like Photoshop or some shit.
It's just all tongue and all
they forgot that he has a
skin.
fucking
I don't
mouth.
know. It's
Yeah.
Wait, let's see this. Oh my god.
It's really curious.
How did I not notice that? Oh my goodness.
You know what? How about as a palate cleanser, Steph? Do you have anything you'd like to share with
Quagmire
us?
toilet.
Yes,
No.
I would like to remind you all that you did this.
Yeah, this is all my fault. I'm so sorry.
He looks like a
All
fetus.
tongue and only mouth skin is what you all donated
He just
for.
looks like
Thank you
a-
again for $15,000
like
to MSF to see Nude Patrick and SpongeBob and all tongue and mouth skin.
He looks like a
We had
wad
a
of
$5
gum.
donation come in from Sunny that I'm going to need a little bit more audience participation for.
What?
That says,
Special
are you
thanks?
ready, kids?
Well, I'm a special thanks actually, and Rehydrated, because I helped like give feedback on the game. Actually, the camera that's used in this game is like very, very close, because they've been through like 3 games at this point. I set the camera for this game because we watched recently the original Gamescom reveal of the Rehydrated, like when we first saw Rehydrated for the first time in 2019, August Gamescom, when everybody was freaking out and saying the camera looked terrible. Like they brought me to the studio to like fix that and like some other things. So I actually am a non-backhanded special thanks and Rehydrated. But yeah, we'll give some special thanks. We should give a special thanks to Purple Lamp in Project Z. That'd be pretty fucking meta. Nah, but we have to keep the developers who made the original game in the credits for sure.
AI Captain.
I can't hear you.
AI Captain.
Oh, who are the speedrunners under the sea?
Wait, what's going on? Is there?
AI Captain.
I can't hear you.
AI Captain.
Oh, the camera's delayed.
Oh, who are the speedrunners under the sea? Chaos and Punch Shot.
Who are the speedrunners under the sea? Cinema. Like cinema. It's cinema. It's cinema. No, like, and this is like, I told Kaons this, and he fucking probably spit out his drink laughing. Like, the reason why they do this like 8 a.m. shit for the SpongeBob runs. By the way, like ever since Battle for Bikini Bottom got into GDQ, the literal first SpongeBob speed run to be shown in the event in 2017, 9.5 years before this, they still put us at 8 a.m. Do you want to know why? Because it's the Saturday morning cartoons block. We started that. They only put SpongeBob in GDQ with the condition that it was in the Saturday morning cartoons block, because it has to be appealing to kids. So even to this day, 9.5 years later, they still will not ever put SpongeBob in a primetime slot, despite it always being a very popular run. Literally, this like Battle for Bikini Bottom doubled their view count, and then they lost views after they switched to a Mario 3D platformer after us. Like it'll always be popular, it'll always be iconic, but it's gotta be in the Saturday morning cartoons block. So what are we doing at 8 a.m. watching these adults play SpongeBob? We're singing SpongeBob.
Back at GDQ. Let's go, runners and trans rights. Thank you so much.
It's like, do kids even watch speedruns? Some do. I don't know. Why would they take out BFBB? What do you mean? Take it out? It gets them views? Oh, why they won't bring it back? I have some theories about that. All I will say is that for BFBB to get into GDQ, what it took, and this is the reason why we also have Konosumi like in the documentary, right? Despite not having had records or anything like that or finding strats, like he was instrumental to BFBB getting into GDQ because he ran a game called Ed, Edd and Eddy Misadventures, right? Which I actually noticed that it was in the marathon this year and Summer Games Done Quick, which is kind of cool, like a full circle, right? Because Konosumi was the test run for licensed games, and he was in our community, and he got Ed, Edd and Eddy into the marathon. He had a friend Vuligin who was he was on the committee that picked the games, and he said like, okay, like Ed, Edd and Eddy will be a test run to see how SpongeBob will do. And Kona's run was very successful, and then they said, okay, now we can consider adding SpongeBob, and then they allowed me in the marathon. That's how that happened. Like if it weren't for Kona, there was a small chance. I still think that like the tidal wave of Battle for Bikini Bottom's popularity in 2016 was enough to get them to take it anyway, right? But Kona was instrumental in getting the game into GDQ. So yeah, there's that. But my point is like Kona was very like connected with like GDQ and like in general just a lot of like speedrun organizers. Like Calithon was a thing back in the day. I don't know if anybody remembers that. He was very like involved. And when you don't like GDQ does not have the same committee that it did 10 years ago. Vuligin, for example, is no longer on the committee. When corporations like shuffle in and out people on the board of directors, so to speak, and some of those people are like the people who are heavily involved in it are like opposed to certain things, you're just going to get blackballed. That's what it is. So I'm not going to name names. I have some ideas, but there are definitely some people out there who do not like me, and they do not like that game by extension of me. So it is what it is. Now, do you think that BFB will be in the next GDQ because of new eyes on the game? No. So like my retirement announcement was the biggest thing. Like me retiring was bigger than Star getting the world record. Like, and because I retired and then he got record the day after I formally announced it, like a lot more eyes were on his run because of the promotion I was giving to him, right? Like the game's not big. It's really just my audience and my detractors paying attention at this point. Speedrunning in general is not big, but they don't take games based on which games are popular anymore. They take games based on which communities they think their audience will agree with, right? So like you have like Jaxler here who's like I don't know, he's always been like, so I have to give like a history on the SpongeBob speedrunning community for a bit, and like I don't want to like, you know, put people like I don't want to put people in like buckets or like sever relationships or anything. I'm just talking strictly from a historical standpoint here. So Jaxler 10 years ago was in the SpongeBob community when it was just becoming a community. This is back when formerly known as Mouse Cop was the guy who owned the server, who had never ran the game, or any SpongeBob game for that matter, because it was all the SpongeBob games. It was a Discord server called SpongeBob. That's all it was. And in September of 2016, we said, fuck this, we're going to make our own server, because we had limited permissions. We were literally called Neptune's Jesters, and he was called King Neptune as like the server roles for Discord. So we made a new server for the SpongeBob games. And Jaxler and a bunch of other guys who, they ran movie, and like, I think it was literally just him running movie. I don't know. It was like either you ran battle or you ran movie back then. There weren't a lot of other options like we have now. But it was like Jaxler and Perilous Peanut and a few others who were like, they didn't like how fast the community was growing. They felt like they didn't have a lot of like control over the direction of things. But to be fair, like we were the ones who were actually getting the runs and topping the leaderboards and finding the strats and making the content, right? So yeah, like yes, the game was getting more popular very rapidly, and people who like these small SpongeBob communities and whatever licensed game communities, like a lot of times people get like nervous that the community is growing too fast. Even recently with like me trying to push the classic categories and like trying to make videos on the game and stuff, like I've seen skeptics and people pushing back a little bit, because when these communities get small, people like kind of cling to their little comfort zones, right? And I would say that like Jaxler was one of those people at the time. What happened after my first GDQ run, basically the run happened, it was a big success, and Jaxler had written a long pay spin that he dropped immediately after my run ended when everybody was checking the internet to see what people were saying about it. A long pay spin about how terrible the community is and how awful Shift is and that nobody should follow them, and like he's worried about the future of the SpongeBob community. So like that was my introduction to Jaxler. This is 10 years ago, by the way, so I guess it's water under the bridge at this point. But my point is that the SpongeBob communities have been always like very divided and separate. So like the movie community, you know what happened there, right? A lot of people who got banned from SpongeBob for doxing and stuff like that, they just went and played movie because like we kicked all the other games out of the main server just to focus on BFBB. Again, like probably a rash decision back then, but to us it made sense at the time because the other SpongeBob games weren't played, and movie just had like the only people who were playing movie were ones who were involved with that group. So we just said, okay, those people can split off, and then we just had more people joining them because they got banned as well. So like everything was very separate. It's not as separate now because like the past 10 years, like you have runners like Star, Reds, you know, like these guys are young and they didn't join the community when all this stuff happened. So they just play all these games, right? I mean, like Battle for Bikini Bottom, you know, like movie, like all these games are, they're all tiny now. I couldn't tell you when BFBB was last a very competitive run. Probably like 2022. Past that point, it's just been me like deteriorating and keeping it alive as long as I could to like pass this torch, right? To be able to like formally like say like, okay, it's you are the guy now, you know? Like Star was gonna get that record at some point anyway, regardless. But would people have cared? Would people have paid attention? Would people have like know it's like part of the narrative, like still follow the game if I stopped playing years ago? Tough to say, right? So that's what I mean is like it's all about the story, it's all about the narrative, it's all about like now that I'm like covering multiple SpongeBob games, like all these like small communities can now be part of this narrative of like the SpongeBob speedrunning universe, right? Because a lot of these like old beefs and stuff are just water under the bridge, or like people have apologized and made amends and so forth. Like all this stuff, like a lot of these guys like don't even run the games anymore. They've moved on, you know. They're not internet people like me. Like I'm just a full-time internet person, so like I'm aware of all this stuff and I'm trying to organize things around it. So we're in a new era where now SpongeBob in general is probably going to slowly merge into like one thing under the whole like Shift umbrella, because I'm just covering all these games. I'm trying to help all these communities and stuff. Because at this point, like, I have no stakes in any of this except for just like covering it, right? Like, a lot of my friends run the game. I'm old. I was the oldest active runner of SpongeBob before I retired, you know? So, like, I don't have any, it's not political for me anymore. You know, like back in the day, it was like, well, like the movie people are people who dox me and my friends and stuff, and like I don't want to help them, you know. But like now, like the majority of the people who run that game had nothing to do with that, and you know, it's like I couldn't tell you whether, like, I don't think that Jaxler actually runs these games. I think he's just a GDQ guy. Like, he's like on GDQ, and he used to be involved in the SpongeBob community, and he's just like couches their runs when because like he knows vaguely about like Truth or Square and stuff, and like they just put him on the couch because he's like very involved in GDQ, and he gives them someone to commentate, because like again, these communities are so small, right? Like it's like how, well, that's what just, yeah, it's like pretty much, yeah, like he knows enough about SpongeBob to be able to talk about it, and that's just like good enough, right? He's just kind of like a GDQ guy who's just like there. It's like how not to compare him to Chibi, but like that's the reason why Chibi was on the couch during Caveman's run, during the whole like I really prefer if you be quiet thing. Like Chibi was just like he was like a place filler. If the game that's being ran, if the game that's being ran doesn't have anybody who's present who's able to commentate, they just put somebody on the couch who like knows enough about it to be able to talk, you know. So that's what I mean is like I forgot what the original question was because we got so off topic, but yeah, things were very separate back in the day. I mean, I'm covering movie on my channel now, so it's like, yeah, I can't remember, but like that, yeah, it's similar to that. It's like people, GDQ has like it's like set commentators, because like not a lot of these people who run these games don't have communities. Like, so a lot of these games just like one person only runs them, and then they got to have somebody on the couch to make it, you know, like the GDQ couch, right? Also, is this even a couch? I guess it's a couch. It looks like a very uncomfortable couch. But the reason why they have that is so you can see the crowd. So that's why. I imagine that's why. But yeah, that couch looks very uncomfortable, I will say. I forgot what, I hope that the question that you asked got answered, because yeah, this is like going back to like the cartoon block and like why they wouldn't allow certain games in, you know. It's like, that's what we were talking about. Is that like, as far as GDQ perceives, which they are correct, the Titans community is not the Battle for Bikini Bottom community. The BFBB community has always been perceived as a separate entity from the rest of the SpongeBob games, because they're all very tiny. And it wasn't until now, I think, that people realize, like, okay, BFBB is just as tiny as these games too. Like, it may be more developed technologically and more optimized, but like there aren't a lot of people who are running any of these games, you know. So, you know, like whose fault is that, right? Like speedrunning is less popular, but like, oh, of course they are. Yeah, no, like I'm very involved in these communities. The thing is, I didn't run this game, right? I didn't run this game, but I'm very involved with the Purple Lamp games and like Punch Shot and K-On's, like. But GDQ doesn't perceive these games to be part of the same BFBB umbrella. Like everybody just looks at BFBB as like Shift, right? It's Shift. And like even like now, like the new world record holder of BFBB is all like, he's like perceived as like part of like the Shift community narrative too. Like we share viewers. A lot of my viewers watch Star, and they cheer him on because I'm not playing anymore. Not that they wouldn't cheer him on anyway, but like, you know. Like BFBB has always been like considered like Shift territory, but it's like when it's the same reason why Rehydrated didn't get in, right? When Rehydrated was like the biggest speed run, and they still didn't let it into GDQ. That was because I was banned from GDQ. So even though I wasn't even actively running Rehydrated anymore, it was still perceived as Battle for Bikini Bottom and therefore Shift. So they wouldn't even take the game from anybody else, because Shift was banned, even though I wasn't running the game, right? So that's the thing is like, if there's somebody who's like very close to GDQ who doesn't like Shift, you're not going to see BFB get in regardless, you know? Because it's just too attached to me. Like, I literally am the game. It's like, it's too late for that, you know? Do they consider me a brand risk? I don't know. But it was like I said, like, Vuligin is somebody, he was like somebody who was on our side, and he's no longer there. It's like how Andrew Hance was somebody who was on our side at Purple Lamp, and he's no longer there. It's just a vote. It's just politics, right? Now, do I think it's the most important thing in the world for BFBB to be in GDQ again? No, absolutely not. I mean, like, there are plenty of games. Like Harry Potter's never going to be in GDQ because J.K. Rowling says stuff on Twitter. And, like, all those great games and all those great runners and personalities will never be shown on this marathon because it doesn't align with their audience, you know? That's just the way it is. Like, if they consider me a brand risk because of things I've said in the past or the way that I currently act on my stream, like, that's one thing. But, like, you know, I'm a very controversial speedrunner. Even just back when the day when speedrunning SpongeBob was controversial, right? But that's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean, I think that a big reason why could be the negative press coverage of my subathon that happened after the last GDQ run. I think that's part of it. Because, you know, they had to at least show the game once after making that mistake by banning me, and everybody was outraged about that. So they had to, you know, they had to extend the olive branch by letting me do the game for them again. But, I'm telling you guys, it's not going to matter. Like, someday GDQ, like, it'll only be perceived, I think at this point most people just perceive GDQ as not like the beacon of speedrunning, but rather just like GDQ. It's its own brand, it's its own community. You know, they appeal to a very specific crowd. I saw earlier that they were like cutting ties with some sponsorship because they're like in Saudi Arabia or something, and they disagree with like Saudi Arabia's like government or something, because I don't fucking know. It's like, I don't think that normal humans care about stuff like that, but a lot of the people who watch GDQ are not normal humans. So it's like this is the benchmark for what matters. It's not. The problem is that like a lot of speedrunning events just died, right? It's COVID. It's just COVID in a nutshell. All the small businesses get wiped out, and the big businesses will, like, stay alive long enough to survive COVID, right? But, you know, it's just the way it is. Like, there will be new speedrunning events. There will be new gaming events. GDQ is always going to survive that, you know? They played their cards right. They converted to being online. I mean, like, I question whether GDQ, like, to respond to you, Satch, I question whether GDQ was ever perceived to be, like, at least, like, when I was growing up, like, I perceived GDQ as, like, the Super Bowl of Twitch. Like, everybody watched it, but you have to wonder, like, if a lot of the clips that were circulating were just, like, GDQ cringe and speedrun cringe and speedrun rage comps, like, if the majority of the internet was, like enjoying with us or, like, laughing at us, you know? It really makes you wonder. But, like, does it matter, though? Because, like, to me, it was real. To me, like, I was being treated like a professional athlete, and I loved that shit. So, like, what's stopping us from making that a reality for more people, right? We'll do our own events. We're going to organize our own things. I think that, like, in general, like, the Shift umbrella, the brand, right? We have a lot of world record holders of a lot of games who have a lot of respect for us, and they're involved, and they trust us, you know? Like, I think that in the near future, like, especially with the bandwidth that I have now, we can run a lot of great events, even if they're going to start out small. Like, GDQ was small at one point. It only needs to be as big as our mission is, right? If our only goal is to create something that feels like a celebration of what we're doing, it doesn't need to have 50,000 viewers. It doesn't need to have 1,000 viewers, right? But it's still fun. I mean, esports is also just a fucking scam, right? I don't need to get into that. I think that most of us, I have enough respect for you guys as my viewers to know that you know what I'm alluding to with all the different situations over the years that have led up to that. We don't even need to dive into that conversation, that lecture. If we just want to do something that feels like this, I mean, like, if you looked at this out of context and you didn't even know this was GDQ, look at the crowd, right? Like, there aren't a lot of people there, but they're still having fun. They're still showing their game. What's so bad about that? Literally, GDQ started out in someone's mom's basement. Exactly, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And, like, I try to explain this to people. Like, it's not just speedrunning either. Like, there are a lot of people in this community who like a lot of different games. And, you know, it's not just BFBB anymore. It's not just, like revering somebody who's pretty good at a SpongeBob game that came out in 2003. Like, this community has evolved a lot over the last several years. Like, it's, I like where we're going. And, we could totally run an event. That's the purpose is just to celebrate these things, like just gaming, you know. So I wouldn't worry too much about which games get accepted to GDQ or any marathon for that matter, really. Pace was a big L for us, though. Pace literally had a SpongeBob block where we would just play these games back to back to back. If you want a good, like, screenshot of the SpongeBob community, like BFBB, Rehydrated, Cosmic Shake were all ran back to back to back. At Pace 2024. That was the last one that they had, and that's on my VOD channel if you want to check that out. Is the SpongeBob block where like Punch Shot, Kaons, and myself played and commentated these runs. So that was a really fun time. Yeah, Patrick didn't get in, did it? It was because it was out, but the schedule was probably already made at that point. It was too close. So that was a long rant, but yeah.
Yes, I can. Yeah. All right.
Cool.
What is the current time right now?
You're at 38. You're good.
38, yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, we're schmoving right now, and that's like, you know, part of like obviously it's like.
I don't know if this is intentional either, but like Punch Shot playing the game while Kaons is playing is really good because people who are just tuning in here, they don't realize that like the soft talk happened and he lost by like multiple minutes or whatever. Like it's good that he's still playing because it doesn't look unusual. You know?
This is his first
really fucking
game,
unfortunate though.
Like,
oh wow.
Yeah, he just grinded it and he was really good at it. So.
That's so
yeah, he's a whole different beast.
Yeah. Are we talking about
and,
Darkness?
Speed game, I believe, and Darkness.
Yeah.
This is his first speed game, I believe, and like he Yeah, he just grinded it, and he was really good.
A hard trick that doesn't save
a whole
time.
Beast.
To just show it off,
Darkness. You know? Also, shout out to Sleepyhead. He made like
Kaons does
like,
it for the love of the game.
Stuff for this game. Very useful stuff there. So shout out to him.
Stuff like practice tools.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sleepyhead.
Yo, you got the shout out.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, I just want to give like a huge shout out to just like the broad like SpongeBob speedrunning community. You know, you'd think like for games that are a bit more off the beaten path, like licensed games like this, we have a really huge and growing community, especially for like the classic SpongeBob stuff as well. A lot of people coming in, playing the OG Battle for Bikini Bottom, the SpongeBob movie game. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah.
I think that with the context of what happened between us over like 10 years ago, it doesn't end here either, right? Like, when I got banned from GDQ, Jaxler was going around telling people that I hate blacks or something like that, saying that I'm, like, racist to people at GDQ, like, on the ground, like, at the event where I couldn't defend myself. Listen, I don't want to make this about me and him because we're watching their runs, right? But I really don't think that this is a good, like, oh, yeah, everybody's coming to SpongeBob, everybody's, like that's not the full picture, right? There's a much bigger picture here that we need to see for what it is, right? A lot of people have been repelled from SpongeBob for a while because the world record holder of the only relevant game hates himself playing it, and he's torturing himself trying to get these records, and everybody's fucking picking on him, right? It's not very appealing. It doesn't help that these games don't have resources and nobody covers them with positive coverage. The narrative is controlled by trolls who are banned from the community. Like, this community has a lot of problems that, like, we are now only starting to address and solve, you know? So, like, this, like, what he's saying, where it's, like, it's a huge growing community with so many people getting into, like, dude, people are getting into Battle for Bikini Bottom now, and it's, like, an old game. It's, like, this is not accurate. I would say, though, that we have a good shot at turning things around. We have a good shot at, you know, getting back to where we were. I think that there's a good shot. Like, I'm really happy that people enjoyed, like, my coverage of the movie game, and, like, there were no people who, like being, like, annoying in the comments and stuff like that. Like, it seemed nice. I'm going to cover Creature from the Krusty Krab soon as well. I want to get people into that game, too. He's GDQifying it, but with the context of, like, again, like, because I'm just fucking old, right? Like, this is somebody that I was beefing with 10 years ago. He's giving the normie NPC dialogue, but it's like, he's also, like, he's not the spokesperson of the SpongeBob community here. He's, like, somebody who's, like, very affiliated with GDQ, like, giving a speech about something that is not, like, it's not, you can't, I get that it's just normie stuff, but, like, to me as somebody who's, like, trying to, like, steer the ship in the direction that, like, actually needs to go into, it's just, like, it's just cursed from my perspective, right? There's nothing wrong with what he's saying from the perspective of, like, he's just being corporate, but, like, to me it's, like, this is very out of touch with, like, where we're at right now. Because, like, people who all look to the SpongeBob community on the internet think that we're just fucking, like, weird. Because of the coverage that we get from people who are literally banned, right? You know what I mean? And, like, we're only just now starting to take care of that. And it's going to be hard, dude. Like, this is something that I could not mentally deal with when I was actually playing the game. But, like, now it's showtime, right? I never played a SpongeBob game besides the old niche PC game, but would love to get into it. Seems fun. These are fucking great games. Honestly, like, SpongeBob as an IP in terms of speedrunning has got some of the most diverse, interesting speedruns. I mean, like, you have Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is like a classic ball buster, frame perfect, fast-paced platformer, right? You got Movie, which is a broken fucking mess. It has all these crazy memory abuse glitches. The game's like 3 minutes long, right? Rehydrated is like a mix between those two, where it's just as fucked up as it is cool to platform in, right? This game and the Patrick Star game are both like fast, crazy movement, and then, you know, at the end, you know, it's like it drops off a little bit, but they're still great runs, right? There are a lot of great games within SpongeBob that are not just like, you know, they're unique. It's really become a much larger palette than it was back when it was just BFB and Movie, right? Like, there's just so much more to offer with this stuff. Like, we have a lot to work with, and, like, now that, like, it really feels like we've hit a soft reset where, like, everybody who's, like playing these games now, I just feel like there's just so many young people who are into it. And, like, now, like, when all the old people like myself are finally, like, washed away, and you just have these young kids who just have no idea how much division and drama and tribalism was in these communities over the last 10 years, like, it's not going to matter anymore. You're just going to be left with, like, a bunch of games that a few people play, and there's room to grow from there because people aren't fighting all the time, right? And you have somebody who can watch over it, who's been through all this shit and knows, like, how to moderate things and lead things, so we don't end up in a situation like that again. Because I will tell you that there are a lot of people who, like, they got wrapped into some of that stuff, and they otherwise wouldn't have been because they were too young to know better. And we've handled it, like, better over the years, like, with some of the young kids who get into these games, and, like, we didn't know how to handle it back then, so they just end up getting bullied or banned or whatnot. Like, we have a much better idea of how to handle that when somebody who gets into the game is, like, a little too young, you know, like make sure they don't end up with people who are gonna manipulate them or bully them and shit. Like, that was a big problem back in the day that really set us on a course, you know? So, the future is bright, but we have a lot of shit that we have to work on, dude. You know?
Low-key, this game feels like the closest that we'll ever get to a movie remake. I'll take it with the SpongeBob and Patrick swaps and all that jazz, but
you might want to be buying some health at some point, maybe.
Until we remake it ourselves.
I believe in you.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
That's nice. I mean, like, I cannot reiterate, like, Kaons did a strat that he didn't have to do that doesn't save time because he wanted to show off how cool it was.
Like just
he got fucked for it. So like nothing but props to him.
Never
like,
know how to pronounce the
it's
name.
just
it's
such an unfortunate situation, you know.
I think.
It's Chino, yeah.
I don't know, but. Yeah, he's really good at rehydrate.
Super good at rehydrate.
Yeah.
And I want to just like shout out the whole community for making a lot of
it's
really
like they
good
don't have a place
resources.
to
Like
go,
these
so
modern
they just get
SpongeBob games are
roped
really
in.
well documented.
Exactly.
And if you're looking
they
for
have
like,
practice
a
mods
place
for
to
these games,
start
yeah.
in, like
They have the dev build for this game because Purple Lamp patched the Steam release with the dev build. Like they uploaded the wrong file. And then when somebody uploaded content, like, talking about the dev build, the fact that they literally fucking patched the game with the dev build themselves, they DMCA'd it. The Purple Lamp stuff is just, like, the rabbit hole of Purple Lamp antics is just really fucking funny. It just gets better every time.
The speedrunning thing as a whole, the SpongeBob games, like, have pretty, on average, low skill floors.
That is not true. Couldn't disagree more with that. There's Battle for Bikini Bottom, doesn't need an introduction, right? Patrick Star game, tough game, honestly. You are constantly monitoring your movement because you could just fall out of the sky, completely. Just fall out of the sky if your hose gets unhinged. He said that the SpongeBob games in general have low skill floors. Yeah, no, that's not true. They're some of the hardest games to get into. Even Movie is still a higher skill floor than the average game, like Mario or Minecraft, right? Like. You know, like Movie has a lower skill ceiling than say like BFBB, but it still has a higher skill floor than the average game for sure. Some of those jumps are very tough to get down for the average speedrunner, right? I ran Cosmic. I thought that game was piss easy personally. Rehydrated is a very hard game too. I don't know. I don't know what he's on about there, about like maybe he's just saying it to try and get people to try it because it's like, but I don't think that like saying that these games are easy is going to get people to try them. I mean, like, SpongeBob is in a really weird spot where, like, the silliness of it is not, like, outwardly appealing to the average person who's looking for a hardcore game to take seriously. Ironically, Mario is similar, right? But its reputation on the internet precedes that because, like, you watch, like, Summoning Salt videos and Bismuth videos or whatever. He's not. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that he's seeing that the game has a low skill floor, so come on and play them. Like he's trying to be the ambassador of the community in this contained situation, right? I don't really know if he even runs these games anymore though. So like, I think he's just trying to be like enthusiastic about it. I don't really know, but like, yeah, it's just not. I don't think that people should be insulted by saying that a game has a low skill floor. In fact, I wish that BFB had a lower skill floor. You know, I wish a lot of these games did, but they just don't, right? A lot of these games are actually very difficult. There are SpongeBob games that have low skill floors. The highest skill floor, actually, I would say, for any of the SpongeBob games, you probably would never guess this, but Revenge of the Flying Dutchman actually has the highest skill floor out of all of these games. Because it requires you to learn 60 FPS frame perfect tricks that if you miss them, you lose over a minute. And if you don't do them, you lose over a minute. So, you wouldn't know that just by... yeah, the Dutchman is the hardest game to get into, probably, at like an intermediate to high level, I would say. Because it has really shitty tricks. So, the SpongeBob games are not regarded as easy, no, definitely not. It's interesting because the Mario games in general, I think, are low skill floor, except for one of them. There's one game that has a much higher skill floor, I'd say. Except, I don't know, like Sunshine. I feel like Sunshine. If you're doing baby strats, like you can just hover to win, right? Like obviously at high level, hovering is slow. But I still say that Sunshine probably has a higher skill floor than most of the other Mario games because it requires you to actually be able to like clip through walls and stuff, and like you're pushing a bunch of different buttons, like you're managing more mechanics. It's more complex, but like overall as a franchise, Mario has a lower skill floor to get into. That's one of the reasons why it's more popular, right? They just have better, more positive coverage, you know, more personalities, which somebody needs to be doing that for these games, right? Again, big reason why I retired, you know. Because if it were just my hands, I would just said I'm taking a break, you know. But I retired because there's so much work to do that by the time it's done, I'm not going to be able to come back, I don't think. And if I can, then it would have just been like a 5-year break? No, it was a 5-year retirement, you know what I mean? And like announcing retirement when somebody else is like going to get the record is just good for the game, because the retirement is the biggest thing people were waiting for, next to somebody getting the record from Shift. So it just builds onto itself. It's content. Like, it's just content. It's all theater. The whole thing's theater. It's about playing your cards right every single day and building it up. Like, that's what I've learned from Rehydrated, is like, naturally with that game, there was a new glitch every fucking day, so it just kept building and building and building. It was a game that produced content for itself. Like, trying to, like, analyze what went right with Rehydrated and what went wrong over the last 6 years, like, I know exactly what to do now with this community. And now I finally can do it, right? So it's really exciting. So, yeah, as the ambassador of the SpongeBob community, right? Take it from me. These games are hard to get into, but that's not a problem. That's fine. Like, it's okay for a game to be a very difficult run to learn, because even just being on the leaderboard is an accomplishment at that point. It's not a chore to submit your run to a game that genuinely took a lot of skill to even learn, you know? Like, if you're on the short list of 1,000 people who have speedrun BFPB, like, you had to really put a lot of time into being there with everybody else who's there. It doesn't matter if you're 1,000th place, you know? It's still impressive, and, you know, you don't have to have a world record or even close to it to be valid for learning a game like that.
So if you're interested as well, we have a community Discord for pretty much each individual SpongeBob game. I believe Rehydrated shares its server with BFBB, unless that has changed.
So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. There's a SpongeBob hub for all the games that don't get speedrun, but all the mid, small sized, and larger games have their own servers. The Sponge server, we should really fucking do something about that. The Sponge gaming server is a fucking shithole. There's more activity in there from bots and scammers than there are people who actually run these games. It's pretty bad. But that shithole was one of the things that we actually created. I think it was created like after we booted everybody out of BFPB, but like, yeah. The current day BFPB server was the full SpongeBob server before all the bans happened, and when like the people who were actually left were not even like running, like they were all people who ran the game. So like, okay, it's just the BFPB server now, you know. So yeah, if you want to get into this game, there's a specific server for it. If you want to get into Cosmic Shake, there's a specific server for it. I will say that when we do Project Z, it will share a server with BFPB and Rehydrated though. Because same games, you know.
That's true. Rehydrate and BFBB change the same server, and then there's individual ones for Cosmic Shake and Titans.
Yeah, and everyone in the community is like just super nice. And if you have any questions for like, oh, how do I do that? Like really tough looking like.
This is what I was saying though. He wasn't like saying the games are easy. He's just trying to make it sound accessible. Yeah. I just disagree with how that's presented.
What you were talking about with the hitbox wire.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's like dark red. And that's time.
Time.
Yeah. All right.
Underestimate. Let's go.
Yeah, still underestimate despite all the nonsense.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Well played, sir.
The 10-minute rule. I learned that from Konasumi. Always give 10 minutes more than what you think you're gonna get. So. Yeah, 10-minute rule still alive today in 2026.
You're a trooper, my dude. That's tough to deal with, you know. So
yeah, I was so worried when I saw the autosave and saw it said jungle, but I mean, thankfully it was like right at the very end.
Yeah,
that could have been much worse.
Yeah. So, where can people find y'all? I know y'all have been playing these games, well, except for you apparently, but you know, anything but Titans.
Yeah, anything but Titans.
Where can people find you, and what are y'all up to?
You can find me on twitch.tv/punchshot. Make sure the O in the shot is a 0. And I speedrun a multitude of games. This is one of them. I'm so glad I got to show this off.
He runs a lot of games, yeah.
And I plan on submitting to next GDQ as well.
They always put him in. They always
All right, so I'm Kaons, twitch.tv/Kaons, K-O-N-S, like it says. And I'm also mainly on YouTube, too. I post a lot of content.
Wait. Is the Dutchman wearing his belt, the Neptune belt? Is that intentional? That's intentional, right? Like, he stole his belt, like, in the... Yeah. Okay.
About these, like, modern SpongeBob games and, like... have a lot of like showcases on like all the different tricks and stuff there. We're pushing 6.
Oh, they swap bottoms. Oh, I see.
Sub to the goat. Yeah. Sub to the goat.
Turp, thank you for the 113 months, man. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know, Jaxler, you want to say anything or?
Yeah, I just want to thank these two for allowing me to be on this couch. You know, I've been a part of the SpongeBob community for 11 years now, and I'm just grateful. And I'm grateful as well for the work that you two have put in to make just not just this game, but just like the modern SpongeBob space just really freaking awesome. Yeah. And I'm so glad I got to meet both of you as well, genuinely.
I'm so glad I got to meet you. This guy is one of the first guys I met when I started coming to GDQs. I'm so glad I got to know him.
Yeah,
113
also, I just want to
crazy.
say, huge thank you to GDQ. I've watched and known about GDQ for like well over a decade at this point, so it's kind of cool to actually be on one. It's pretty cool. Thank you guys so much for accepting the game. Hope you all enjoyed it.
Nice.
And yeah, anything else?
Well, yeah, I mean, stick around for the cartoons vlog. We've got Night of 100 Frights up next. Do not want to miss that. And then I'll actually be on couch for the Ed, Ed, and Eddie run right after that. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I think that's really cool that they brought back Ed. Because Kona's original run was 10 years prior. I think that's really cool. That's cool. A full circle for licensed shovelware games like Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yeah, the frame perfect mistake, yeah. Bravo, that was a good one. I liked that. Really enjoyed that run. Yeah, I mean, I got to pay more attention to what's going on with these SpongeBob games. I mean, like to Titans community, you're probably, maybe some of you are watching. If anything interesting happens with your game and you want me to cover it, like, I got a lot of people on my YouTube channel, like 76,000 people are subbed to me, and I think that they're more engaged as of late because I'm actually making videos again. I'd love to cover, whatever you guys are working on. Maybe we get you some more runners in there, Because I didn't even play. I didn't speedrun it, so, it seems like it's pretty low-key. I want to help with that. It also helps me, too. It helps me with my channel, because I don't actually play games anymore. I just talk about them. Sneaky speedrunners. Yeah, no, that was a great run. I really enjoyed it a lot. It's been 2 hours. Took us 2 hours to watch an hour and 45 minute. What is this slop? Doom, but it's playable in YouTube. Like the latest gimmick. Like, how long do you think that lasts? How long does that last? Yeah, no, I talk a lot. There's a lot of I have a lot of stories and like thoughts about stuff when I watch speedruns because I've been around for a while. I think because if you want to watch these runs, they're on YouTube, but I gotta interject. Yeah, I gotta interject myself because it's my stream, I don't want to just sit here with my jaw down, just nodding my head and not providing any value, eating chips. I don't think that we need what is that contributing, What is that contributing to the community? Not much. I want to watch my friend's video here. So Ringo is one of my friends who used to run the game. And he made this video. It's his first video that he edited. He privated all his speedrun stuff. I guess that's cool. No, I'm just playing. But oh, he has a playlist. Okay, cool. Like an unlisted playlist of his runs. Which ones does he have? Oh, these are like not even like his more recent ones. 9 years ago, man. August 28th, 2016. This one's probably 10 years. So yeah, Ringo's OG, you know, he's been around for a while. And he recently started working on videos, and he made this 40-minute video. And I watched it, and I really enjoyed it, so we're going to watch it on stream. I'll just let him know. I'll let him know after I'm done watching.
It's over, guys. Video games are dead.
Nintendo has been playing the villain now for a long time.
The amount of restraint I've shown over the last week resisting the insatiable appetite to insult NVIDIA for DLSS 5 has been nothing shy of, like, saintworthy, I would argue.
We need to talk about game key cards, because they suck.
What happened to video games, and why aren't they fun anymore?
What is going on here?
What's going on here?
Oh, what's going on here? The future. Ray tracing. DLSS 5. Generated frames. Subscription services. Online free-to-play games. The death of physical media. Wait. What?
What are you doing? Can you not talk to me?
Why does this all feel so mid? I hear more negative rhetoric about video games now than any other time in my life.
It's funny because so much of the criticisms are mid too.
There was always a group of people who was like shouting from the mountains.
Fucking that's a good choice for a thumbnail. Like 12 years ago too. Like there are so many edits throughout this just fucking make me laugh, dude.
That gaming peaked long ago, but seriously, that sentiment is way more common now than ever before. And if you don't believe me, look at Google Trends. The term gaming is dead is more popular of a Google search now than any other time in history.
So, like, I'm not a big fan of Google Trends for, like, data, but, like, I do agree with the point, like, I guess, like, secondhand, that, like, it's a bigger sentiment than ever that gaming sucks because gaming is so much bigger than it was back in the day. So you just have more people complaining by relation. And, like, in general, like, take it from somebody who streams for a living, the internet is just so much more negative than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even. So, like, it's right, it's true, like, it is definitely,
so, like,
you know.
Is it true? Is gaming dead? Well, no. If you look at the data, it's actually bigger than it's ever been.
Yeah. He's right about that, man.
2/3 of Americans play video games on a weekly basis, with the average player being 36. The gaming
That's a crazy statistic. This is a crazy statistic, too. Did not know that.
So clearly gaming is bigger, and you would think
politics being involved,
so
too, yeah.
Why doesn't it feel like it? Everywhere you
Twitch
look,
being
it
overtaken
seems like
by
you'll
politics.
find the overwhelming sentiment that new...
Yeah, isn't that a crazy statistic? Like, so many people play games now. Like, I don't know. Like, I didn't learn this. Like, my girlfriend's dad was a gamer. I just didn't think that old people play games. Because my parents are very anti-video game. I just thought that, like, old people didn't play games. But, like, actually, people have been playing games for a very long time. So it makes sense that, like, 36 is, like, you know... I had no idea that 36... Oh, hello. Hi. Did you get a lot done? I would think that after all that ice cream, you'd have enough energy to work. A little bit. Okay. All right. Slave noises.
Games just aren't fun, and people would rather play older stuff from the past. It's no secret that nostalgia is in the air right now, seemingly more
I love this as the fucking...
You can see this reflected everywhere, from the surge in retro game prices to the lively homebrew scenes for old consoles, and the rise in the
thing about the homebrew scenes is, like, it's crazy how much the prices of 3DSs have been driven up just because somebody just buys one and soft mods it and then never plays it. And guess who's fucking done that? This guy. So I would know. Like, it's like a weird club. You know, I was actually thinking about getting back into streaming Pokemon games though. So like that was my excuse, but I at some point I will. But I do want to do that. But yeah, I am technically one of those people who got into like, I buy a 3DS and then I soft mod it and then I don't fucking use it. So it's like a big trend. There are people who bring 3DSs to like social gatherings apparently. It's like a quirky thing, you know. Yeah, I'm very knowledgeable on Pokemon, like the first, like Gen 6 competitive. I was very knowledgeable on that. I would play like Gens 3 through 6 probably. Probably wouldn't go beyond that, but yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the Street Pass, it's like it's a trend though, right? It's like, oh dude, like there are retro gamers in my area, you know, like, I mean, I'm not gonna shit on it, you know, I'm just saying it's funny, like, these things that were considered nerdy when I was growing up are now cool because they're like retro and like quirky, you know. Yeah, no, I played those games a lot. I really enjoyed them. That was probably the first game that I ever took seriously, like to try and like beat people, you know. Was learning the meta on those games.
Fun emulator devices that you probably get advertised 80 times a day on.
We could do Pokemon Showdown streams, actually. I would do that. That could be fun. I'd be so bad though.
TikTok. I'm telling you, man, the gaming sucks economy is booming right now, and companies are definitely taking
gaming
notice.
Is bad.
This
Buy my emulator.
Remasters and re-releases of games from the past proves my point.
Yeah.
And companies have always done this, but it feels way more common now than ever before. But hey, I mean, clearly it works. Why are people so fond of games from the past? Is it just another example of rose-tinted glasses?
What a great fucking reference, dude. This is the corniest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Does anybody remember this? This fucking guy,
us from how good we really have it? Or was there genuinely something that we lost in the transition from then to now?
By the way, if you guys are enjoying this, I think it's literally just Ringo Tongo. Like, I don't know if he like has the handle. Yeah, it's literally just Ringo Tongo on YouTube. You can follow him there. I'm actually not even subscribed to him, so I will do that right now.
This video will investigate why millions of people are so disheartened by the state of gaming today, and how nostalgia's dominance in our culture influences this. What makes gaming from the past so great?
I've got a lot of different YouTube accounts.
Many different eras in gaming history, but in doing so, maybe we can find what has changed so much along the way. But before we can answer the question, what's going on here? We need to answer, what was going on there? You know, like was, past tense. Specifically 1998.
Strong start. RIP E3.
Going 30 or so years into the past brings us upon a time of innovation, wonder, and creativity for the medium. Video games were coming of age, and it was really exciting to be a part of, I'm sure. Coming off of titles like Mario 64, Final Fantasy VII, GoldenEye, Quake, I mean, devs were on fire. And in 1998, the fire just kept on burning. Flagship titles were coming out left and right. I mean, just look. Ocarina of Time, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil 2, and Half-Life all came out in just that year. It was a crazy
Bubsy 3D, Superman 64.
To see that. People knew at the time that what they were experiencing was truly something special. I mean, look at these reviews. Call us crazy, but when Zelda 64 arrived in our office, we locked ourselves into a room, played for 17 hours straight, got barely any sleep, and then we were back for more the next day and we could not stop. I mean, is this guy writing a Zelda review or is he talking about meth? But like, I understand. Ocarina of Time probably felt like meth at the time. It's funny to imagine a game like Ocarina of Time being perceived as the Elden Ring of its era, but that's really just how they were moving.
Yeah, it's a fantastic comparison
Mind
too.
you,
Literally,
all these games
exactly.
that I just mentioned came out on the previous gens of hardware. You know, N64, PS1, Windows 95, that shit. People started craving more and more power.
Fucking references to that.
And like, yeah, it's pretty weird to imagine a time where people were actually excited for new technology.
Is that fucking Charlie Kirk as the baby? That's
and new hardware, but in the late 90s, things
the
were
Kirk
so
reference
different.
just thrown
We're
in.
talking about a time in gaming when a new console generation meant maybe altering the entire way the game.
This is the reason why I wanted to watch this on stream after already seeing it, because there's like this whole video has so much shit like that, like just that just goes over my head the first time I watched it. It's just hilarious. Yeah.
You went from this to this in like a couple of years.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Gamers eagerly awaited at the floodgates, waiting for new consoles that would give them experiences that could only have been dreamed of.
So many
before.
pop culture references.
Visions that had previously laid dormant due to a lack of technology were finally about to come to life.
See, this is such a spot on. This is like my entire perspective on like gaming and art and everything. Like he understands at a fundamental level like what's actually going on here, right? Like honestly, this video, it's a really entertaining video, but you can really just get this point across like here he's already nailed it, right? Is that you couldn't do everything that you wanted to do with the limited technology until this like 3D era, right? Like the only thing you can go past that point is like gimmicks, right? And that's why, like, the 7th generation, I really wish, the only thing that he didn't cover in this video that I think would have been really cool if he did was, like, iToy and Kinect and, like, the Wii control gimmicks. Like, Nintendo figured this out so much faster than everybody else did because, like, Sony and Microsoft were doing add-ons for this shit. But, like, the Wii was like, bam, 2006. Like, we can't go further than 3 dimensions, so what do? We just need gimmicks, you know? Get the motion sensors. Get the motion sensors out. The Switch, get the portable. Like, now you can have the portable and the home console in one. Like, well, the Wii U did that kind of, but, like, yeah, you know. It's like, Nintendo's kind of always understood it. But, yeah, like, once you had these 3 dimensions, it's just the only thing you could do more than that is like textures, refined quality, bigger worlds, right? Like that's what AI is gonna do. Is like you're gonna be able to walk into every building and there will be shit in every building, right? Like stuff like that. Like, but the jump from 2D to 3D is just like there will never be another. So we've essentially jumped the shark, right? And that's why everything just feels like it's not as big anymore, you know?
They didn't know it yet, but they were about to experience another golden age of creativity and innovation, this time even more advanced than the last. Of course, we're talking about the 6th generation of consoles.
Yeah, the best generation.
Fucking peak.
Fucking peak. It is, yeah. I think it's like a 9.2, and I have like a 9.8, actually. The GameCube is a 9.6, and the PS2 is a 9.2. And I have other stuff that I have ungraded. I have like a bunch of Xbox copies that are wrapped up that I haven't had graded. I have a pristine. I was actually talking to Ringo about this, like, because he's big on like what's it called, price charting. Like he's really big on that stuff, and he said himself he's never seen a copy like a box like the Heart Gold Soul Silver. I have a box for Heart Gold with the game, with the Pokewalker completely untouched. Like it literally looks like it was just taken off the shelf in 2010. Like we were trying to figure out what it's worth. We have no idea what it's worth because all the ones on price charting are just like not even close to like as good of quality. It's literally just pristine. So I still have that ungraded, and it's kind of scary. Like I really should get to that at some point. But yeah, I literally have the fucking holy grail Pokemon games just like in my house. Just for anybody who wants to fucking rob me, by the way. That's why I say these things. So you can fucking ruin my life. Yeah. I could show you for sure if I remember. I definitely have some pics in my DMs with him. Just so I don't have to like touch it. But like literally, it was in a very dark cabinet away from dust. Like the cover still like has like the finish over it, so it reflects properly. And you know, like I still have the reason why it was there is because I just like obsessively took all my Pokemon games out of the cases, stored the cases away, and put the games in like a compiler case with like kind of like you'd have like your CDs in back in the early 2000s. because I would carry them with me, and I was like, when I was working on my Pokedex and like competitive builds, I would like switch them in and out. But the one that I kept, like obviously, like when you snap it in and out of those compact cases, like they go through a lot of wear and tear, right? I had a bunch of DSs that I used, and Heart Gold coincidentally was the one that I kept in my normal DS. So like it had the least wear and tear. It was like safely inside of the DS, inside of a locked box that was like away from dust. Like it's literally perfect condition. So who the fuck knows what that's worth or what kind of a grade it would get. I bet I get like a 9.9 or something. I have to take care of that at some point. We're watching a video from Ringo Tongo. It's his first like big video that he edited. And he's my friend. I'm watching it on stream. I already watched it once and I really enjoyed it, so we're watching it again.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me on this, but the 6th gen of consoles is truly one of the greatest periods in the video game canon. And I'm not just talking about the consoles, I'm talking about everything that came out in this period. So yeah, I guess a good place to start would be the first system that came out in this time. What was that again?
Yeah. Technically 6th gen, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Dreamcast.
I actually learned a lot about the Dreamcast from this video.
Is a really weird
I didn't
console.
know about.
It's got a huge cult following now, but if we're going to be completely honest, the Dreamcast had a lot of problems. The first one was Sega's decision to use CDs instead of DVDs for their game discs. This decision ultimately limited what was going to end up thriving on the console. Lots of arcade ports, space shooters, things that were not considered impressive by modern standards at the time.
Especially
People
like
really
against like Final Fantasy VII,
games we
right?
were talking about earlier. To make matters worse, Sega was selling the Dreamcast at a pretty hefty $50 loss per unit. On top of that, the
I feel like
Dreamcast
most
had
were
no
like that though.
anti-piracy system built into it.
I don't think that $50 loss per unit is actually a lot, is it? Like, how does that compare to the others? I think that Sony and Microsoft, like, they all lost money, like, to get, they sell, like, that's kind of the way video game consoles have always been, though, right? Oh, for Sega, it was a lot, like, a significant loss. Because, like, my understanding was always that they would sell the consoles at a loss to get them in your house and make money on the games, right? It's like burgers and fries, right? Like you take a loss on the burgers and then you sell the fries and the sodas cost like nothing to make, so you just make money on the sodas, right? That was my understanding. Yeah, they were struggling hard, probably because of like, again, like he's about to get into that, how they had the piracy issue on the Dreamcast. So if you're not selling enough games, you're not making the money back for the loss, so therefore it's over. Like, maybe it could be argued the Dreamcast would have done fine if, you know, they didn't just, like, burn the games on the CDs instead of DVDs, which is, like, a, you know, a Sony licensing thing, I'm pretty sure. I think it's the reason why, you know, because, like, Sony created the DVD, right? I think that's right. I need to check that. Which company patented the DVD? Sony. Right? The companies that invented it. Okay, so like Sony had a partial patent with Philips, Toshiba, and Panasonic. Sony created the Blu-ray, right? But Sony had a partial patent. So I think that like actually using DVDs, like basically, and I'm probably just talking out of my ass here, but like Sony would have had to like license the DVD reader to Sega to be able to use it. In fact, even like the Wii uses DVD players, and the DVD function is locked on the Wii because they don't have the license to allow people to use it. But if you jailbreak your Wii, you can play DVDs on your Wii. So it's like a licensing thing, I think. But yeah, using CDs and not having copyright protection, like that could arguably be like what killed it, because yeah, to my understanding at least, all these games, like all these gaming consoles, they always sell at a loss just to get you in, and then they make money off of the game. So if you're pirating the games, then yeah.
its hardware, allowing for a rampant bootleg scene to pop up pretty much immediately. This was a crippling oversight on Sega's behalf.
Yep.
In the end, the Dreamcast only lasted for 3 years before getting discontinued. Sega had symbolized an era in video gaming that was coming to an end. The Dreamcast is significant when talking about
I didn't even know that was even a thing.
Not because it succeeded, but because it did.
Like unlock, like jailbroken,
provided
like non-jailbroken
experiences. But it had come out at a time
probably reduced costs, increased profit margins, or whatever.
Sega may have been unable to deliver, but its competitors certainly were not. Sony understood exactly what the fuck was going on. They knew exactly what people wanted. Mature, artistic, cinematic experiences. Things that evolved and innovated on those previous ideas the first PlayStation introduced. The system changed everything.
Yeah,
it had everything.
And like, Ringo's also a very big fan of the PS2, like I am. He breaks it down very well why it is. I really, really enjoy this part of the video.
It was everything. It didn't even matter if you played video games, you wanted the PS2. I mean, where do you even start with this thing? The fact that it was sleek, the fact that it looked cool, the fact that it played DVDs. I mean, it played DVDs. It cultivated an artistic audience who had an appreciation for cinema. I mean, you could literally watch cinema on it. Millions of people who initially bought the PlayStation 2 for its ability to play DVD movies suddenly gained an interest in this new world of video games they were now a part of. Those who were previously not engaged in video games now had the capability to go to a local Blockbuster and give the latest and greatest a try. In just 2 years after the release of the PS2, global video game sales doubled. We had never seen such rapid growth in the video game industry up to this point.
Yeah, I wonder like what else is behind that like trend line, you know? I think that also like esports and MLG is part of that too. Video games being referenced in pop culture as well, like a lot of that. The fucking game spear and fucking Drake and Josh, like I think that it just became much more ubiquitous with our culture as well. Like you can also say the PS2 was a huge contributor to that as well.
More people craving new experiences than ever before. And oh boy, did we have a lot to play.
Yeah, it did have online. It was obscure though. I didn't use online for my PS2, but it did, yeah.
Play. Grand Theft Auto 3, Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid 2, Eco, Sly Cooper, Devil May Cry, Ratchet & Clank, Jak and Daxter, Kingdom Hearts, Katamari Damacy. The list goes on and on and on. Each new release just seemed to reaffirm the belief that we were truly living in a golden age. There was truly a game for everyone on the PS2.
It's fucking
hell,
stock
there were
image.
multiple games for everyone on the PS2, no matter what your taste was. I have no personal nostalgia from any of the games I just mentioned, but they all had a profound impact on me when I played them as an adult. To me,
Katamari is one of my favorite
these
games.
Are amazing masterpieces that have stood the test of time.
It's just simple and effective, and that's what I like and stuff.
I am truly envious of the people who grew up at a time when they were old enough to experience these games and, you know, actually be able to digest why they were so awesome. The unparalleled scale of variety players had at this time was never seen before, and in some aspects was never seen again. This was a great era for the AA games, you know.
Yeah, and on the AA games thing, right? A lot of them were like multi-platform. There were so many multi-platforms on this game, on this generation, because the architecture was like at least a lot more similar for development among the 3 console options. Like the N64 and PS1 era is really interesting because the games are so different, right? They have such different games, and the ports are honestly usually pretty shit because like they're so specific, right? But this era was like, I don't know, if I had a GameCube and my friend had an Xbox, we could play a lot of the same games. That's why I love this generation so much. Like, it had a lot of proprietary stuff, but there was also a lot of, you know, multi stuff.
Some of those mid-budget games that were highly specialized in a specific flavor or idea. Games like Hulk Ultimate Destruction, SSX3, Burnout Revenge. All of these games had different goals in mind and had completely different feels and styles. Developers, now with bigger budgets than ever before, could explore very specific niches and flesh them out to degrees that were not possible up to this point. Eventually, some of these AA companies became AAA. Modern Goliaths like Rockstar Games helped pave the way of what a AAA game really even is. The PlayStation 2's utter dominance over the market share is something that we have never seen
so to speak,
to this day. The only
from
thing that comes
Rockstar,
remotely close to
no
it
less.
is the Nintendo Switch, which came out 17 years later in a climate that really does not compare at all. Which
he's so right about this, and like I try explaining this to Nintendo fans, like respectfully, it does not compare. You cannot perceive for the time what 160 million over the course of that decade is versus this past decade. It's not close, guys. Like, the PS2 is the fucking GOAT. It's, like, unbelievable the amount of influence the PlayStation 2. Like, I still think that the Xbox 360 is the second most important console of all time. And then maybe the Switch is third. I think that's a pretty good lineup. But, like, you gotta understand the PlayStation 2 was just fucking different. This shit was fucking different, dude. Like, to have that many millions of sales at the state of gaming before the internet, the way that we currently know it. Like, you were on fucking GameFAQs, bro. You're looking up the fucking tricks on GameFAQs with your fucking shit internet. Most people still probably had dial-up or some shit, right? Some people, at least. The internet was not what it was, right? YouTube wasn't even a thing until halfway through the PlayStation 2's lifespan. The influencer wasn't even a thing until after the PlayStation 2 had its final game released. Like, it's just not even close. This is not even, like this isn't even a conversation, right? It's just the GOAT. It's just the fucking GOAT.
Which came out 17 years later in a climate that really does not compare at all. Speaking of Nintendo, they were on some god-level behavior during this point in time too. Before the days of endless re-releases, expensive controllers that are guaranteed to break, constant nickel and diming, we had the motherfucking GameCube and the motherfucking Game Boy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
Nintendo's entrance to the 6th generation may not have been as commercially successful as Sony's, but their first-party titles more than made up for that fact. What was the launch title for the GameCube? Mario? Zelda? No, Luigi's Mansion, actually.
Yeah, so that's interesting, is like the Luigi's Mansion was originally supposed to be for the N64, but it was pushed off as a launch title and sort of a demo for what's possible on the GameCube with, you know, like the big thing was like the vacuum controls with the C-stick. Wouldn't have been doable like the way that it was on the N64. It would have been weird. Like, a lot of shooters aged poorly because they were on the N64 in terms of controls. Luigi's Mansion dodged a bullet not being released on the N64. And it's kind of cool that it's the thing that came with everybody's N64 or GameCube, I mean. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, cool.
At this point in time, Nintendo didn't care what they were supposed to make. They were going to do their own thing. Super Mario Sunshine, Wind Waker, these are not normal games. They were honestly too exotic for people at the time.
I love the word exotic there because he's so fucking right about that. I mean, like, Sunshine is a very good game. But, and I can't speak on the Wind Waker, I can only speak on its art style, is that people were not ready for the stylized look of the Wind Waker. But it's only aged well since then. People reflect on it as a well-aged game because of that art style that was criticized when it first came out. So,
traditional Nintendo fans were expecting, you know, more conventional sequels to their biggest franchises. Nintendo was just kind of doing what they wanted to do at the time. And let's talk about that controller. It looks a little weird at first glance, but anyone who's actually played with a GameCube controller can attest to its quality. Smash players swear by this thing.
It's a sturdy and good controller for that purpose only, but it's ergonomically a nightmare. Really good for casual games. The Smash community, again, like, preference thing, I think, isn't it? I know a lot of Smash players who hate the GameCube controller, but yeah, that is true. It's crazy that a lot of people still swear by it. Oh no, dude. The PlayStation 2 controller is the worst piece of shit. Dude, that is the loser of the 3 in that generation. Fuck the PS2 controller. Nah, that shit is fucking ass. That is ass. No. Slop. I think that the Xbox Controller S with the sturdiness of the GameCube controller is like the ideal casual experience. Unfortunately, the Xbox controller played with competitively is a solid brick that you are constantly slamming your hands into, and you will get injured from doing that. The GameCube controller is an ergonomic nightmare the way that the triggers go down, so you're like twisting your wrist to hit it. You will get carpal tunnel from using a GameCube controller the same way you'll get arthritis from using an Xbox controller. So they are both shit. But the PS2 controller, I feel like it is mush. That shit is mush.
And I don't blame them. Something that Nintendo's games in the 6th generation all had in common was an overwhelming respect.
What is this, MLG? Who is this?
With quality. Smash players generation.
Is this Ken versus who is he playing here? I don't remember who used Green Fox. I don't know. I don't think it was PC Chris, right? It wasn't KDJ. You think that it would be Silent Wolf? Was he playing that early? No. LARPing. No, it was Cody Schwab before he retired the first 30 times. Jokes. Nothing but respect.
All had in common was an
M2K?
overwhelming respect for players.
You're right. M2K did use Green Fox. Yeah, it is. It is M2K. It has to be.
Intelligence. Sakurai, the creator of the Super Smash Bros. Franchise, went on record stating that Super Smash Bros. Melee had difficult, precise mechanics that were not easy for the casual player to understand initially.
So, this is true, but the context is that he doesn't like it. Like, all right, where do I start here? I know that this is just like a kind of like an extra thing thrown in, like, but I think that like it's interesting using a Masahiro Sakurai quote to talk about Nintendo focusing on making their games technical, right, and precise. Melee is a technical and precise game, but not to the credit of Sakurai. It's more to the credit of HAL Laboratory, which was the studio that he was like leading, I guess, with Satoru Iwata. Satoru Iwata is more to credit for the reason why Melee is the way that it is. Sakurai's vision for the game was much more a casual party style type thing. He didn't actually like that these things were in the game. Iwata, in N64 Smash, it was called smooth landing, L canceling. Yeah, this quote's taken out of context, definitely. That's fine, you know. It's not the main point of the video. I'm just talking because I'm trying to contribute something to the conversation, because I don't want to just sit here and watch things without you know, offering anything on my end. But it was called smooth landing in N64. It was programmed into the game where you press the L button or trigger, I think it's a button on the N64, shoulder button, to reduce your landing lag when you use a move and touch the ground. So like you use like an attack, you hit the ground, you press L as you touch the ground, and your character gets up faster for your next movement after that. So it was something that was not in the Melee engine, but it was programmed in by Iwata. Yes, L canceling was intentional in 64, but it didn't translate to the new engine for Melee, but Satoru Iwata programmed L canceling into Melee as it was in the 64 version. Like, he added it back to the game. It's like if Rehydrated added cruise boosting. Well, cruise boosting wasn't intentional, but yeah, you know what I mean. Iwata can be credited for a lot of the success of a lot of the games. Like, if it weren't for him Pokemon might not have lasted more than a few generations, most likely. The golden era of Pokemon games was just entirely led by Satoru Iwata. Like, from generations 2 through 5, he was fully involved. 6, he was loosely involved before he died. But, yeah, he's the reason why those games are just art, you know? So, and it's interesting, though. Like, I know that Ringo knows that because we've talked about Pokemon a lot. But I don't know how much he knows about, like, the Smash community. Like that. He played Smash at one point. He was, like, Smash 4 and, like, Ultimate for a little bit, I think. But, like, Iwata is kind of, like, Iwata and HAL Laboratories are credited for how technical the games are. Whereas Sakurai's, like, his vision of the game, like Melee was not his vision of what Smash should be, if that makes sense. I played Gen 6, but, like, I did kind of fuck around with Gen 6 Showdown last year, like, around the time when my wrists were getting, like, really, really bad. Like, I was truly losing in the interest. I was truly losing interest in the game before pause storage even happened, but, like, leading up to that, I was playing a little bit of Showdown, and I don't know, I wasn't really a fan of the Gen 6 meta with, like, the optimized ORAS megas and shit. I played Gen 6 before ORAS came out, but, I mean, I guess, like, even in that phase, it was still Greninja and Talonflame spam. Honestly, like, a lot of, like, your preferred metas in Pokemon are usually just going to be, like, if the Pokemon that you like are good, you're just going to pick that meta. So I kind of faded out of Pokemon because the game changed too much, right? Similar thing with, like SpongeBob, right? The game changed too much, my hands hurt. You know, those sort of things. It's like, these games just change a lot, you know? So I don't know if I would enjoy Showdown. Maybe there's, like, a generation that I would like. I could probably find it at some point. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Smash Ultimate is slop. I agree. A lot of people will find that take controversial, but I don't think that there really is not a single Smash game that appeals to all Smashers except for Project M, which got cooked because this is now becoming a discussion about Smash. But yeah, this is like the whole Project Z thing, right? Learning from the mistakes of the Smash community and the people who organize the tournaments and Nintendo and so forth. I think that we have a really good shot. Like, all the things I've learned being on the internet for all the years I have, making Project Z a success and reviving SpongeBob to its former glory and so forth. I think we got a good shot. Smash Ultimate is just like, I don't know, it's just so, like, foot in the door. Like, we don't even have to talk about Smash 4, though. Smash 4 was just, literally the 3DS version was better.
Super Mario Sunshine is still, to this day, one of the most complex 3D platformers in history. The Flood Backpack, something that initially seems like a clunky gimmick when you first start the game, actually has the potential for endless skill expression.
Well, we didn't get the payoff here. This is one of the coolest strats in the game. We don't get to see it.
Endless skill expression. Players to this day are still schmooving with this movement. Metroid Prime.
Oh, that is Inkstar's run, isn't it?
Players to this day are still schmooving with this movement. Metroid Prime's level design is extremely dense and complex. Getting a national Pokédex.
Metroid Prime is also an insane speed run, so that too, you know.
In the third generation of Pokemon games, legitimately is a challenge that is nothing short of astronomical, requiring 7 games, 2 consoles, and 2 plane tickets, one of them out of the country that you live in. Nintendo is a lot like Apple.
Yeah, that's actually like, I taught Ringo a lot of what he knows about the Pokemon games, and he's gotten really, really into it. It's cool. Like, we share that now. We're very into it. Like, the fucking last year is when we started talking again, and like, explaining to him how stupid, like, National Dex completion is for, like, some of these games. Like, yeah, I wonder if he ever actually finished it. But yeah, it's a rabbit hole. Like, people will never understand, like, post Gen 5, like, how tough it was to complete the National Dex when, like, you had to own all these games to transfer things up through generations and stuff. Like, it was a whole, like, crazy thing. But in Gen 6, like, if you just have all 4 games, you can get everything. Which, you know, it just doesn't hit the same. Doesn't hit the same. But, yeah, I loved OG Pokemon for that reason. It really felt like you were special for accomplishing that with the National Dex, for sure.
How they create their own little ecosystem of products that all make each other better when you use them in tandem. You could look at this as Nintendo just milking their hardcore fans, but this ecosystem was actually surprisingly consumer friendly, at least compared to the practices they're known for now. The GameCube already launched at an affordable price, $199, but just 2 years after its release got marked down to $99.
That shocked me. I did not know that, and I think that's fucking crazy.
Making it one of the most affordable consoles ever made. On top of that, the Game Boy Advance was also $99, with the Game Boy Player being $49.
That's also fucking
crazy. You could get yourself
crazy.
into the entire ecosystem of Nintendo for just $200. Compare this to the competitors, and it was no contest. Nintendo...
I thought the PS2 was cheaper than that, but yeah, it had a DVD player. That was the sell there. I mean, it's just so cool, right? Like,
definitely had the best.
The GameCube has a cult following for a reason.
This Apple-esque ecosystem that Nintendo had created for itself is one of the most seamless gaming experiences ever. I mean, imagine this. It's
especially for the time.
You're playing Castlevania Aria of Sorrow on your commute home. When you get home, you want to keep playing, but you really want to play on your TV. Well, you can. This feels like a modern luxury that would only be achievable in the Switch era, but here it was, available for us.
It's such a smart comparison, like drawing comparisons to like the Game Boy player and Game Boy games versus the Switch, like docking it when you get home. That's a great. I love that in that's a great bit in this video.
2004. Needless to say, this was a great era for Nintendo. Innovating in the 3D world on the GameCube while polishing up on the 2D world on the Game Boy Advance. It's going to be remembered for a really, really long time. But, I mean, hey, that's why they get the silver medal this generation. They did get the silver medal this generation, right?
Not even, no.
Wait, what's that? The Microsoft
It's Ringo,
Xbox?
Yeah. He made this video.
What the fuck is the Microsoft Xbox?
I love all the whiplash clips.
Probably how it felt for Nintendo. When the Xbox debuted, they were going crazy style. They knew exactly what to do, appeal to that audience that the PS2 had garnered. Sony may have created this more mature audience of Western consumers, but Microsoft knew exactly what to do with all of them. Xbox had stepped up to the plate, competing with Sony for that Western gaming market. This era marked the beginning of the Great Console Wars. And yeah, it was Nintendo versus Sega before this, but this was like a new level of console wars. There were millions of passionate fans on both Team Sony and Team Microsoft at the time. Xbox, realizing there was a serious vacuum in the cool kid market after Sega's departure, decided they were going to fill that void immediately.
Yeah. And what do we do with this shit now? We play SpongeBob.
Microsoft had these guys by the balls on day one. The Xbox had contributed a lot more than a cool aesthetic and some vibes. They had a major hand in creating the blueprint for modern online console games today. I'm talking those multiplayer shooters, baby. Come on, we all know the elephant in the room.
South Park episode was for the generation... 2 generations, right? It was PS4 and Xbox One? No. Stick of Truth. Was Console Wars in South Park about the 360 and PS3? No, it was after that, right? When was the Stick of Truth released? Yeah, it was Xbox One and PS4, yeah.
We all know why Xbox was truly significant. We don't even need to go here, but I'm going to anyway. Halo's introduction to the gaming world popularized the concept of team-based online multiplayer first-person shooting. This game was not just big, it was a fucking movement. The allure of being able to get a microphone and talk to your friend while playing the same game, all while you're all sitting in your own bedrooms, was mind-melting. Xbox Live created a new way to play for console gamers. They were a key player in the transition from the old to the new. But the Xbox was not just the Halo machine. That's not fair to say. Being the most powerful console out of the big three at the time, it destroyed the PS2 and GameCube performance-wise, making it the preferred option for many multi-platform games now if you're going to go back and play them. Microsoft understood the importance of good hardware and software when making a video game console. The strikingly PC-like infrastructure of how the Xbox behaved on both the hardware and software level made previous PC exclusives now a reality on consoles.
Yeah.
This paved the way for games like Morrowind, Knights of the Old Republic, and Half-Life 2 to make their breakthrough to a console audience, exposing tons of people to an entire new side of gaming they never would have been exposed to otherwise. Xbox had two major contributions: the popularization of the Western RPG on consoles and online gaming.
I love
two
that
things that are
distinction,
closely
by the way.
associated with
Western
PC
RPG.
gaming today. Speaking of PCs,
Ringo's a big fan of Source as well. He's competed in
battling it
TF2
out
stuff
in the
like
living
that.
rooms, companies like Valve were changing the world in their own ways. The innovations that were occurring in the PC landscape were just as profound and exciting as the ones happening on the console front. Valve, the creators of Half-Life, opened a little market called Steam in 2003 as a means of easily distributing ongoing patches for their games like Counter-Strike. This genius invention would prove to revolutionize the entire way we advertise, play, and interact with games. The concept of a streamlined marketplace where all the developers in the world can share their games on one platform completely changed everything. Gone were the days of installing games from physical discs, and here came the era of digital downloading. Steam as a platform had an extreme emphasis on community interaction and contributions. Their support of independent creators using their assets to create custom levels, weapons, mods, sometimes entire games, was a quintessential pillar of what made Valve, Valve. The cultural impact of Half-Life 2 and its game engine Source honestly deserves an entire different video because there is so much to cover about Steam, Source, Half-Life, Valve, and all of the culture and context surrounding it. The complexity of the physics, the graphics, the narratives, the gameplay, every single bar of what makes a video game beautiful was raised extremely high when this game came out. Source went on to define multiple generations of games that would come after it. You could break games that came out at this time into two different groups. Pre would come after it. You could break games that came out at this time into two different groups. Pre and post Source. Between the creation of Steam and Source, the entire landscape of online gaming had changed in just a couple of years. Here came the era of seamless patch rollouts, support for fan content, online matchmaking, virtual marketplaces, gaming profiles, and an intimidating PC spec requirement to boot. All this was new, and thanks to Valve and their ideas. They cultivated an omnipresent attitude that permeates throughout the entire gaming landscape online. And if someone defies this culture and precedent, the gaming community usually bullies them into submission. We will never...
So, submission is a strong term, because EA does whatever the fuck they want. They are not submitting to shit. They are actually just hell. I feel like the only example I could think of, no, not even, right, was that Star Wars game with the crazy microtransactions. I don't even think they backed down on that, did they? They did some, like, half-assed, like, oh, we're sorry. They released their games on Steam now. Battlefront 2, yeah. Had they actually bent the knee? Has EA actually bent the knee in recent years? Because if that's happened, I wouldn't know about it. They fully backed down. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you learn something every day.
Not feel the influence of Half-Life and Source, an engine that was created entirely in the sixth generation. Yeah. Looking back on this generation, I mean, what's not to love? Incredible video games, innovative hardware, inspired developers. It felt like every day there was something new happening in the world of video games. These games were not just fun to play, but evolved what a video game even was. Metal Gear Solid 2 perfectly understood why narratives told through video games was not only a possibility, but a necessity for some stories to be told to their fullest extent. Metal Gear Solid 2 is not only an excellent video game and story, but a story that could only be told through the video game medium itself.
From what I know about it, yeah.
Absolutely hit their peak in this era. like 3D platformers. There's just too many to name here. And although they're...
Yeah, like with the 3D platformers, like another reason why they hit their peak during that era is because like it's such a simple genre, you know? Like, it's an interesting phrase to say, because like I understand what he's saying, like the peak of the 3D platformer era was then. But it's also like you can only do so much with a 3D platformer when like the whole gimmick is that you can turn the screen, you know? So it's interesting, like it's noteworthy, but like what I'm trying to say is the generation that translated to full 3D with a controllable camera in all directions, like that was going to be the generation where it peaked no matter what, you know? Like you know what I'm saying.
There's still 3D platformers that are good in quality coming out today. It certainly feels like they're fewer and farther between, and they've fallen more into a niche category than the zeitgeist that they used to be.
Yeah, just
Bungie
legacy
inspired
games.
an entire generation of kids, and also brought online competition to the living room. Companies like Blizzard understood the potential to create a second life within an online
Obligatory
gaming
South Park,
experience.
Warcraft.
A concept that becomes only more and more prominent to this day with things like VR chat. These different success stories turned into distinct beacons of the culture at large. Everything that got successful in this era had a prophetic influence on the trajectory that the industry was going towards in the future. And that's for good reason. All these ideas were phenomenal. The advancements in technology at this time did not feel like arbitrary marginal improvements that were thrown out there to make money off consumers. Every advancement in technology was necessary to provide new experiences to the player. It sort of felt like some of the games coming out had existed in developers' minds long before this, but this was the first time these ideas could actually come to life. But it's not like they had infinite power. The thing is, they were still scrounging for it back then. Even with all the new advancements in tech, developers were still finding themselves running out of processing power. In Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, you could technically run from the start
you have to
of the
talk
game
about
to
this
the very
game if you're
finish
talking
without
about this
experiencing one
topic.
single loading screen. Naughty Dog had to use the PS2's hardware in unconventional ways to even allow for the levels to load in the way they did. They were using every last drop of computing power available. The result of their dedication and hard work is a masterpiece, both artistically and technologically. This game plays at 60 frames per second with not a single stutter. To this day, it is still something that gets praised when a player has this level of uninterrupted control of their character for such a long period of time.
Yep.
Games like Dark Souls 1 were praised for having a similar concept of being able to move your character around without a loading screen for a really long time. And they came out 10 years after Jak 1.
Really impressive, yeah. It's cool that we had all those cultural moments before the internet was a huge thing.
Oh shit, here we go again.
The game's
runs at 60 without lag on Xbox and GameCube, not on the PS2 exactly. PS2 BFBB is rough.
from this era were so fucking fun to play, and that's because they had to be. If your game was not a completed product that was fun to play, people were not going to buy it, and your company was going to go bankrupt. This quality-focused metagame had resulted in an unprecedented competition that gave the world some of the most iconic video games of all time. It seemed like everything was pointing to a better future. With all these new tools, the only place we could go was up. The 7th generation was largely an extension of what the 6th had offered. Sales were reaching heights that made the previous generation look like small-time business.
360 arcade
However,
image though.
the leap in technology was not as dramatic this time. Unlike the jump from the 5th to the 6th, games didn't go through entire revolutions this time around. Every subsequent jump then onwards has diminished. This latest jump, from 8 to 9, is the least significant out of all of them thus far, and this plateau has reduced the excitement towards new consoles and releases. Chasing better frame rates and resolutions wasn't exciting for people anymore.
Do they even fucking care about frame rate, man?
They had to figure out what made their previous games actually
It's just so shit. It's so shit.
Clearly, it wasn't the technology
so
alone.
Boring, so uninteresting.
We have more resources to make the biggest, best games ever on paper. Yet, some AAA companies seem to struggle in purgatory, releasing mediocrity that fades fast. In the 80s, developers had a surplus of ideas, but were limited in the means to express them due to a lack of tech. 20 or so years later, the technology had caught up, all those ideas they had in their heads could finally come to life.
Yeah, this is such a great
we've seen
point.
a shift.
Love that point.
Today, we have more tools and resources than ever before, but it feels like these companies are more interested in refining old ideas rather than discovering new ones. Many previous innovators have gotten cozy at the top, growing more cautious
I don't care,
and experimental,
personally.
and wanting to lean towards what is tried and true. And hey, it's not hard to see why this is the case. Once the internet came along, video games were big business, and as a CEO, you'd be crazy to not want to play it safe. One of the safest things you could possibly make is a remake of an already established masterpiece. Here comes the remake culture.
Yes, the danger must be growing, for the rowers keep on rowing, and they're certainly not showing any signs that they are slowing.
Yeah, that shit looks so bad.
Remake culture reinforces the idea that games from the past are better than games from today.
Fantastic
This is why,
thesis.
to me, games like Metal Gear Solid Delta fall very flat, although technically being superior in many ways on paper to the original. This game, while it does have more detail, better quality of life, and over 2 decades of hindsight for game design to make it look and feel better, it just kinda feels like a hollow shell of what it's trying to imitate. Looking at the cutscenes of the remake side by side with the original really exposes the loss of subtle details. This is what happens when
the color grading on the original is just so fucking good, dude.
The original really exposes the loss.
Yeah, he says
Looking
that
at the cutscenes of the remake side by side with the original really exposes the loss of
it's
subtle
so
details.
nice, dude. Look at
This
that.
is what happens when you try to make a shot-for-shot remake of someone's creative vision without that person being there to give the vision.
Yeah.
Same goes for the Silent Hill 2 remake. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love this game, and I think that's awesome, but personally for me, it fell flat on a lot of levels. Although the voice...
This, as somebody who's never played Silent Hill, this part of this video is really fascinating, and it's a lot to chew on.
Acting is conventionally
I really
better,
like this part a lot.
and the graphics are higher resolution. It just feels like a lot of the original experience was not successfully translated as far as the gameplay goes. The original game's tank controls lended itself so well to the feelings of helplessness and weakness the game was trying to convey. Combat in this game was never sought after, but rather forced upon you in the worst of circumstances. Having to fight with James's awkward controls, steering him around like he's a Victorian ship when you're getting ganked by monsters is one of the most deeply uncomfortable moments of combat I've ever experienced in a horror game, and it's deliberately designed that way on purpose. Silent Hill 2 came out in an era
Victorian
where
ship
tank controls were no longer
so
a necessity.
Good. And like that's such a fucking interesting. He's like this. He's going on to say that like like tank controls weren't a necessity. I totally agree, man. Like it's like he's arguing that Silent Hill's controls were a conscious like a decision to make them that way, and that it enhances the experience. And I just find that so fucking interesting, you know? Like, I've heard this take about the Potter games too, that like in the first Harry Potter, like you can't walk around and cast spells at the same time, and you have your tank controls and stuff, and it lends itself to the feeling that you're a first-year wizard and you're just clumsy, and it's like makes it like harder to like do stuff compared to the second one. I actually really like that headcanon that you know, and it comes out in the gameplay too. Like if it's hard to control your character, like it makes you feel more helpless. Absolutely, yeah.
Silent Hill 2 came out in an era where tank controls were no longer a necessity. DualShock 2 had dual analog. They could have done away with these tank controls if they felt like they were genuinely not fun and weighed the game down, but they kept them in. It was an artistic decision made from the developers to make James feel a certain way. This decision was completely lost in translation when the developers remade the new game, who I guess interpreted the tank controls as inferior and needing to be modernized and polished up on. It just feels like some of these companies don't even understand what made their successful games from the past so great. A lot of the perks that
the question is though, like should you remake a game like Silent Hill with those controls, right? Should a game like Silent Hill even be remade? Can an experience like Silent Hill be modernized like, should remakes even be made in general? Like, these are, you know, a lot of questions, right?
Where we previously afforded slowly evaporated away. We have personally sacrificed so much just for the sake of having everything digitally. I think one of the most symbolic examples of what I'm trying to describe right now is the re-releasing of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green for the Switch 2. Maybe it's just the harsh contrast of how consumer-friendly the GBA was compared to the Switch 2. I don't know. I mean, come on, you can't even trade Pokemon from game to game without a subscription service on the Switch 2.
Yeah, when I told him, like, when I got him into, like, the Pokemon rabbit hole last year, he was, like, disgusted by that. It's like, I don't think it's as bad, but as we say it is, but, like, it is bad though. The Pokemon Apple loop that they got going on, like, dude, I'm glad I got out of that shit years ago.
What smells like big business?
We live in an era where we, the
Ringo Tongo did.
individual, are not sold products, but we are the products. With companies trying to exploit us and milk us out of as much money as humanly possible, with increasingly anti-consumer tactics. If you look at the most popular...
I mean, like, this video definitely takes more of, like, a serious turn. Like, honestly, like, getting into this topic is, like, a lot for, like, what this has been so far. Even though, like, I agree with it, but I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's like, a lot of the time when you say something with confidence, like when you're preaching to the choir like this for like a topic like this, it feels like an out of place take in a video that is otherwise extremely in like complex in what it's trying to convey. Like, there are a lot of really hot takes in this video, but the take about like the consumer is like the consumers being the product and so forth, like, I'm glad he doesn't hang on it for too long, because it's like a cold take in a video with a lot of really hot takes, so it stands out with a sore thumb. It's a bit of a nitpick, but when I was watching it, like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's hard to yeah, it's a glacier take in a video that's otherwise surrounded by like really smoking hot takes. Like, this take comes immediately after the Silent Hill take, which is the hottest take in the whole video. So it's just like, it's more of a pacing thing, right? Like, there's got to be a way to express this without going down the whole, like, you know, like we're being milked by corporations and stuff. Like I've heard that take everywhere. It's like, almost like it's such a glacier take that we're tired of hearing it, you know? It has to be mentioned, but there's got to be a way to mention it in a way that doesn't feel like, oh yeah, I've heard this before, you know? Because, like, the video is, like, up until this point, 29 minutes in, like, all of these takes that he's giving are smoking hot takes, right? And then you just get that, so it's kind of like catches you off guard, you know?
Their games on Steam, you'll find that it is largely dominated by competitive multiplayer games. These games are often free-to-play models that are designed to keep massive amounts of players engaged for years. They achieve this with frequent patches, which are sometimes branded as entire sequels, an esports scene, limited-time skins, graphical rehauls, and so on.
The skins just make me want to kill myself, man.
They're ongoing services.
Nicki Minaj and Call of Duty.
Games alive for a lot longer than they were able to previously. And although these games are very addictive,
all day, every day,
and their tactics might be a bit manipulative, I would be lying if I said I didn't love some of these games. These games provide the euphoric highs of winning, the crushing defeats of losing, and the satisfaction of getting better at something in a way that most games cannot provide. But I get it. What if you don't want to have your blood boiling when you sit down to play a video game? What if you just want to play a single-player game? Are single-player games dead now?
What the fuck you talking about?
It's not like everything sucks now and we don't have anything good anymore. The reality is that video games are still being innovated upon. In the last couple of years, we have gotten some absolutely flagship titles, and they're not necessarily from the head honchos of the industry. Games like Hades 2, Expedition 33, and Silksong are prime examples of medium-sized companies making extremely quality games that will most definitely last for a long time.
And he's right about this. And there's the one layer to this to say, like, well, like, gaming's not shit now because there are a lot of good indie games being made. So you gotta look below the surface. I think that there are really just two different gaming communities, right? There's like the surface level. It's like Hollywood versus like art films, right? Like art house films are like what films used to be. But when things get big, like it's just a totally different thing, you know? Like this is what gaming is. And it never died, but like corporate gaming is just like a new entity, and it's just bigger and more digestible than what gaming actually is, you know? The only place where I think that line blurs is with From Software. From Software is like the only one where it feels like, okay. And like Nintendo to like an extent, like to a somewhat of an extent, but like definitely From Software is much more of a better example of like planting your feet in the sand and, you know, committing to making a game, and insisting that you come along for the ride and being unwilling to adjust it. Maybe Elden Ring is like a little bit off that point. Perhaps, I mean, like we all make compromises, right? From what I know of Elden Ring, I've only played Dark Souls 3, but seems like they simplified some things, you know, like being able to jump, for example, in a Souls game. I don't think you need to be able to jump in a Souls game. I don't think that's necessary. Unless it's like Sekiro, it only makes sense in that context, right?
The indie game revolution is one of the best things about modern gaming. Sometimes when
This is how I feel about speedrunning too. Is like speedrunning kind of went through this phase where it was just kind of adopted by every large influencer, and like to the point where nobody even knows what speedrunning actually is, even if they're aware of speedrunning, so to speak, right? Like the grassroots speedrunning community where we're fucking in the gutters raging and practicing and shit. Like most people don't know that side of speedrunning if they know what it is at this point. So like, is it really speedrunning? It's like, again, like Hollywood versus art house once again, right? Indie versus mega corporation, massive studio, Rockstar shit. Actually, Rockstar is another example of a company that probably is still going to keep making fantastic games and is also mainstream, right? There are outliers, but that's what I mean. Is like with speedrunning, what really was the peak year for speedrunning? Like 2014? Like when at what point was it more about the entertainment than it was about the runs, right? Because like you had the early era where it was all about the runs. You had the middle era that I was a part of where it was like runs and entertainment. And now the current era, which is just maximize entertainment, minimize resets, minimize run killers, you know. Those are the games that are going to be the most popular.
an indie game comes out, it feels like there's an alien symbiote landing on Earth for the first time. Some of these games can spread like wildfire. Obviously, games like Minecraft and Undertale always come to mind when we talk about these, but games like Mugenics and Balatro are heavy hitters that have come out in the recent years. These games serve as keen reminders that you don't need hundreds of millions of dollars and a big budget team to make something quality. But what if you do have hundreds of millions of dollars
huge on
and a big budget
Undertale
team?
as well, yeah.
Well, that's when you get games like Donkey Kong Bonanza, Tears of the Kingdom, Death Stranding 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Resident Evil Requiem, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Astrobot, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, games are not dead, guys. It's
Dude, the
what are
fucking
we talking
Jeffrey
about?
Epstein.
No matter what your taste is, you have easier access to games that you will definitely love now than any other time. But I get it. Just because we have more options now doesn't mean that we're gonna feel as excited as we did back then. Why does it feel like we're so jaded for new releases overall today? The way that games are created and consumed has drastically altered in the last 10 to 15 years. Whether you play multiplayer or single-player games, it doesn't matter, because the gaming community has never had a more oppositional relationship with developers than they have had today. There have never been more people preying on the downfall of new games that come out. People today are...
That's just the internet, though, right? Like, a lot of this shit, like what he just showed, it's just Twitter. People just, like, tear things down for internet points. It's literally just fucking Reddit.
eager to bandwagon against the game before
there's
the
never
game
more of an
even
incentive to
comes
rage
out.
bait
It
either.
seems like people are hyper-focused on only the biggest titles coming out. These are usually either sequels to big IPs, or at the very least from established massive companies who have good reputations. These games are naturally bigger and more ambitious, and therefore come out less and less often. This doesn't mesh well with impatient online brain, because as people's expectations for these games grow, so does the time required to develop such massive projects.
I agree. I totally agree. And I'm somebody who's, I've been in the camp for a while that people are just tired of like having to wait 30 years to get a game. When back in the day, you could get a game that would be as anticipated as GTA 6 made in like a year or two, right? That's just because the standards are higher, So yeah, I've changed my mind on that from watching this video.
I really think that this is one of the main sources of frustration for people when they're talking about gaming sucking nowadays. Although there are great AAA games that...
Do you think that you're asking him?
Came out this decade, obviously. If you were to stack them all up and compare them to the amount of games that had been around at this time in 2006, it's fair to say that we are getting less games over time. But that's not necessarily a bad thing in my opinion.
Quality over quantity.
One thing that happens now that didn't happen nearly as much before is some people are chomping at the bit for every little tidbit of new info on a game coming out. It feels like every detail about a game is
I don't
already
understand
known before
that.
the release
I
day,
wish people
and
would
people's
stop doing
opinions
that,
are
but
already
I get why
fully
they have to
formed
do
at
it.
day one of release. It's just so different than
I
what
avoid
we were used to
trailers, I
before.
avoid
'Cause when
everything.
you go back to old forums, we can see how much
I don't
longer
wanna
it took
see shit.
people to figure stuff out. It took the community several months to discover all the secrets in GTA 3. It took thousands of hours to document all the frame data in Melee. It took at least 4 years of the...
Which, by the way, worth mentioning that Mewtwo King did all of this shit by himself without use of any tools or anything like that. He had a console and he had a controller, and he figured all this shit out. Like that is incredible. Like, everybody in the entire Melee community owes that guy a thank you for he literally one-manned this shit with no tools whatsoever. That is worth mentioning. It took thousands of hours for one single person to do this. Not a community. One person did that. And that's just fucking insane.
Thousands of hours to document all the frame data in Melee. It took at least 4 years of the game being out for people to discover that...
Yeah, he literally just paused the game frame by frame to figure this shit out. Truly fucking incredible. Like, one of the greatest gamers of all time.
Mario
no
64
doubt.
had a backwards long jump. We basically had archaic internet forums and gaming magazines, and if you didn't find your answer there, you were kind of out of luck, unless you wanted to pay for the Namco hotline service. Now, games come out, and metas instantly develop, as everyone is working together to find the optimal strategy to play.
Yeah.
Previously, the mystery was
He
a
got
puzzle
really
to
fucking
solve for
close, yeah.
yourself. Now, it's a communal effort from all the players, all working towards solving a game as fast as possible. But hey, some game developers actually realize this change in
Mewtwo King and Melee. But he's done work on like Metroid Prime and some other games as well. But yeah. No, I actually didn't even know that until recently, that Mewtwo King contributed a lot to the Metroid Prime speedrunning community, despite I don't think he actually ran the game. It's really cool. He's been involved in a lot of games I didn't even realize he was involved in.
With the prominence of the internet, and adapted this reality into their gameplay, with mechanics such as past deaths and player messages that you can...
This is also the reason... This is the reason why Sakurai also decided not to do cutscenes for Smash, right? And make the characters like easier to unlock as well for the later Smash games, because it's different. Like, you're making games within the context of the internet existing now, which I think the internet has ruined a lot of things, especially like the bigger the internet gets, the worse a lot of these things get. Like, speedrunning has gotten worse because of the internet getting bigger. A lot of like game communities in general that don't involve speedrunning have gotten worse. Like, the internet is just like really corrosive to a lot of art, unfortunately. And like AI is just like the ultimate like version of that, right? AI internet just like fucking up art or just like undermining it, I guess. at least in this current phase. I think that in the future, AI is going to garner appreciation for, you know, handmade things and stuff like that, because people, you know, there's fuck, what is it? My brain is not thinking of the word. Yeah, there's novelty to it. There's novelty to it and appreciation for how technical. It's like people will still watch RTA runs despite being able to see like a task, right? Even though task is still done by a human, it's a different type of art. But yeah, it's everything comes back around, right?
World. The best games of today know how to use the tools at their disposal to make new experiences.
Using Doki Doki Literature Club as an example of that is a smoking hot take. I actually like that.
Similar to the greats of the past that used the tools of their time to innovate.
You like Castlevania, don't you?
While there are drawbacks to the
memory
new
cards
era
and
of
stuff.
video games, I think it's hard to argue against the unrivaled freedom that players have nowadays to experience games in any way that they could possibly
it's a funny
want to.
option.
I know that it's easy to forget some of these
But it
perks
does a
that we
lot,
live
yeah,
with
exactly.
every day, since they seem
It's
obvious
interesting.
to us and they're easy to take for
It transcends the
granted.
genre,
But I think
you know?
the positive aspects of today's era are very important to focus on. Wild creativity and innovation is bursting at the seams every year. And if you think gaming sucks right now, you just must not be looking in the right direction.
I want to look at this.
Wild creativity, the positive aspects of today's era are very in the right direction. Despite the constant stream of remakes and other half-baked games coming out that feel discouraging in the moment, it's important to...
Alright, but I'll ask you this. Which community doesn't fit into that umbrella, right? The entire SpongeBob community story is extremely upsetting with how things went since COVID. Like it applies to more, you know? It's like COVID fucked up the internet, you know? We still have to take responsibility for it, but like COVID did fuck up the internet, you know?
Remember that there is always greatness coming out. I would say for every crestfallen company of the past, there's a newcomer making history today. You might have thought this video was going to be a teardown of the modern era of video games. And yes, while I do have immense love for the 6th generation, and I still play many of the games
Very nice
from
with
that day,
the BFB
that's not my point,
speedruns.
Some of my favorite games ever wouldn't have been possible without the tools that came out in the
Not
last
leaving his
10,
roots.
15 years. I think that with all the tools we have right now, we have the potential to break through into a new golden age very soon, if we're not already in one already. So, why
That's
is
the
this
perfect
intense
place to put
nostalgia
that,
for
by the
games of
way.
the past so hard to shake?
Not too early, not too late.
I think that a lot of it has less to do with the games themselves and more so with the
Ringo
memories that we
Tongo.
associate with them. Certain special video games represent a certain special time in all of our lives. The golden age of Xbox Live was a moment. The early age of
You had to be there.
Minecraft was a moment.
Oh hey, mini slime.
OG Fortnite was a moment. When we think about our favorite era and our favorite game, it's easy to think that that was the peak of video games, and nothing ever will pop that specific experience. You can't just bring back the past and expect everything to be the same. We've all seen what happens when you make nostalgia slop. You know, a pointless port of something old.
This is also like, I totally agree with this, and this is part of the reason why I've been drawn away from BFBB over the last 9 months or so. Like, yes, like people are still going to run the Xbox routes because they're the preferred routes, right? But like we know now that the game can be beaten in under 30 minutes, you know? It's like you can't just like the so much of speedrunning to me over the years just like the wonder of like what happens next, like what do we find? The game's always evolved in this like direction that was just so exciting, and there was always something better. There was always a better strat, always a better trick that made the game so much like better to play. And it was just a non-stop joyride for 10 fucking years, and then suddenly the thing gets found and like the ride's over, you know? And like we're always going to be improving the Xbox routes and so forth, but it's no different than having classic categories on the leaderboard because it's not any percent anymore. So like I just know how these things tend to go. Like we're playing Xbox and like it's dope and whatnot, but like it's just not Especially because now it's like we've opened the door to like, okay, if something shitty gets found, we're not going to allow it, right? Like it's called any % Xbox, but if pause storage gets found on Xbox, it's just going to be called no pause storage, right? Like just pretending like it's like, oh, we never cared about the PS2 version anyway. It's just cope. It's just a different category. We're making our own rules now. And I think that when things go in that direction, it's a sign that like usually after that point there's going to be decline, because that next layer of the game that's being dug into, especially after so long of tech not being found, is like it's being rejected. Like that next layer of filth that we're cutting into for these games is being rejected now. Yeah, thank God it took as long as it did, right? It got found at the perfect time because like literally there was a chance that like, at least like for my story and my experience playing, which a lot of that is shared with the viewers, and most of the people who watch the game are my fans, right? If I got to get my 39 because of pause storage, I got to get 29 for that matter, but who's to say that if Xbox had still been the fastest console when I got 39, if I even could have gotten it because my hands were so fucked up, right? Yeah, like with Carpetless, like a lot of players who played the game, when Carpetless got found, a lot of players rejected it and decided to stop playing because it required a lot of practice and dedication to get good at it. And like that, like BFB has always gone through these eras of like this new thing gets found that makes people leave and then they don't come back. And then they come back and they don't stick with it because they can't get back into it when they do get back into it. Like, you know, it's the same thing as like maybe it was instilled in me back from like when we tried doing, you know, like legacy routes, right? With BFBB. Like running the legacy category in 2019 after SBA was found, like it didn't hit the same. Because, like, the game's just faster now, you know? Like, in a strange way, the Xbox run feels slower paced than the pause storage run because there's less happening. It's more diverse in the strategies you're doing because pause storage is so broken. But the pause storage run is very, very fast paced, even though it is stupid to look at, you know? Like, every movement matters in that run. It's slop and it's not fun and it's stressful and shit, and it's not preferred, but when you go back to Xbox, it doesn't feel, it's like, you know, there's a faster way of beating the game than this now. So like that to me just says like, okay, like we're lucky if people still play this, and we are lucky that people are playing it, right? But the only way we can go forward from here, and I'm grateful that there are still people, especially like a new record holder who wants to push the game further, because I love the game and I want it to continue being pushed because I love it. Selfish, I guess, but a lot of people love that game too. The only solution is to make our own game. Because like we know what we want. We know what we want in these games. Let's just make our own game. What's stopping us? There's nothing stopping us, right? How are my hands feeling now? I'm trying to document the progress. I wouldn't know how it feels because I'm not cruise boosting. I only feel it when I cruise boost. Like, it feels raw. Like, what I just did there, like, I felt, like, nerves firing in the area where I was hitting that. But, it's over. Like, it's over for me, man. I haven't enjoyed playing the game in 3 years. Almost 4 years. I've had a hand injury I've been dealing with since the end of 2024. Like, I played the game for almost 2 years like that. It's over for me. Like, could I force myself to improve? Yeah, but like I'm never gonna reach like the heights that I want to now because like there's so much against me when it comes to like, I know I have obligations in life and in the speedrunning community and like as a creator and an ambassador that I can't fulfill while I'm actively torturing myself playing the game. And if I am torturing myself, I'm never gonna reach like the times I could have gotten relative to when I got them. Like the 4359 translated to now would be a 39, past the 39 even, right? Like I guess like fuck me because like UCBs weren't found 5 years ago, right? It's unprecedented that somebody dominated a game for 10 years, so it's hard to imagine like the runs I got in my later years were not as good as the ones I was getting in my early and middle years. Like, it is what it is, but like, the fact that I made it that long to the point where the game was literally, any percent was closer to an hour and 10 minutes than it was to an hour when I first started. And now it's 26 minutes long, like true any percent. And we got it down to a 40-37 before pause storage was found, right? Like, I took 26 minutes off that run. Like, that's how long the pause storage run is now. It'll never be done again. And like, you know, just because like 39 didn't happen before pause storage was found, or that like when I went back to it, like my hands were fucked up and I just didn't care anymore. Because like, you know, I could have forced myself to power through it if it was still any percent, right? I found myself liking 100% more because it was still 100% at the end of the day, right? But that hurt my hands too, and I had to limit my time playing. At least like limiting my time playing that, I could still improve my run because it was 3 years old, right? Yeah, so you gotta hit the plastic triggers. Like, my hands are really big, so I strike here. Like, I don't actually use the tips of my finger on the controller because, like, when you do that, like, it locks my wrist up and I get carpal tunnel. I have a lot of hand problems, and, like, it's a miracle I was able to even play for as long as I did, because I was going to have to retire, like, 5 years ago, and I chose to keep going because I figured something out with my wrists and whatnot. You can complete a pause storage run on and an Xbox run. Yep, yeah. A pause storage plus the Xbox run in time is how long the world record was when I first started playing. Yeah. So like now both runs can be completed in the same amount of time that my first record in any percent was. Easily. That's crazy. Like, both runs together are the amount of time it took you to get a world record when I first started playing. So, I don't remember, like, we've gone really off trail having this conversation, but yeah. Point is that, like, ultimately the Xbox route for the game is nostalgia. Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning is nostalgia, right? Like, the game, it fills me with joy that the game is still going to continue to be played, and it's going to live for the foreseeable future, but at least the way things are right now, it's nostalgia at this point. Like, ever since pause storage, it's been nostalgia. We need to make our own game. We need to make our own game, and then, like, we have to keep things moving beyond that, right? What's the next step after we make our own game? How do we keep this community alive, right? We have to keep evolving things. Things have to stay interesting. We got to get with the times, you know? Because, like, there's nothing more sad than a community dying when all you had to do was be a little more open to changing things. And, yeah, like, what does it mean if nobody's playing the game? I mean, like, it's just sad, right? You saw the world record graph of, like, the top times in any percent over the last 3 years. There's, like, no change. Like, Battle for Bikini Bottom has been a dead game for years at this point. So few people actually play it, and those who do, like, I was deteriorating for 2 years, man. If the game was as competitive as it was during my prime years over the past couple of years, I might have lost the world record sooner. Like, I might not have had it for 10 years if the game had actually been alive. There's no telling, because my hands were already fucked up, you know? It's interesting to think about, you know, the way things happened. Like, they happened the way they did, but yeah.
Because, hey, it's retro. Space Invaders. Atari. I love video games. We've seen this since literally the 2000s. This is just the new wave of that. All the retro emulator devices you see, it's just the new Atari flashback, basically. We have seen time and time again what happens when you experience a good piece of art in a formative time in your life. Sometimes an experience can be so amazing that it can blind you to new experiences moving forward. People develop a bias towards new things because, hey, this isn't anything like the thing that I love. We saw this exact pattern in the early 2010s.
Also, on the Project Z thing, like, this is what I mean, is like expanding taking movie under our wing now that the young runners are playing all the SpongeBob games, because they're all small games at this point, right? None of these games, like Battle for Bikini Bottom and Rehydrator were the only two games that were actually like really competitive when they were in their prime. And you know, like now none of these games are competitive really. They're not. Like they're all just very small games. Even speedrunning in general, like this is something that I had a conversation with Reds over. I actually had the full interview. I decided not to upload it because we went off topic a lot, but like when I was talking to Reds, like he had the interesting take that like this like current era of dominance of Suigi can also partially be credited to the fact that nobody's playing the game anymore, right? Like that's also part of it. It's like speedrunning in general is just very much in an era where you have these like ambassador figures who are dedicated to the game and nobody else can challenge them because nobody has the time to play. Like Suigi is the greatest player to play that game. Undoubtedly. Nobody's going to question. I don't think anybody's questioning that at this point. But like to have an $11,000 bounty and nobody's able to touch any of them is like you know, I think there's more to it than just like he's that much better than everybody else, right? I think that the most competitive runners who ever play the game are old or not interested anymore. So like he's in this like era where he's kind of like keeping the game alive. He's trying to bring life back to the game, but like we're just not ready for that yet, you know? Like we're not ready for the next generation of speedrunners to gain interest in these games. And like for me, like I physically can't play anymore. I've been playing for 10 years. My hands are fucked up. Now we have somebody else who can keep playing long enough to bridge the gap to the next phase. That's the way that I see it. And like I'm retiring to focus on getting us to that next phase because playing is just torturing myself at this point, physically and mentally, knowing like I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing and my hands are fucking killing me, right? So like we needed somebody. I needed to stick with it long enough for somebody to come along and continue it so this game can stay alive so I can take this role as like an ambassador. And now I'm kind of seeing like expanding my view even more, saying yeah, like we're going to fucking get movie involved. We're going to get all the SpongeBob games involved. We're going to get all the adjacent SpongeBob platformers involved, you know? Exactly. He's going to actually enjoy getting a 39, whereas like I wouldn't have enjoyed doing this. And I actually coincidentally I did enjoy getting 39 on the PlayStation because my hands weren't hurting me from doing cruise boosting. Like I got to do it. And plus, like, we have to remember, I talk about this all the time, how, like, the early PlayStation days were not, like, we called it slop, but it wasn't really slop yet, right? There was interesting routing, like, deciding when to get each spatula. Like, it was a really cool time for the game when things were changing rapidly. It was the most exciting time we had for the game in years. Years! Like, November of 2025 was actually a really great time for the game because it was the first time when the routing was evolving as fast as it was when it was in 2016. Like, the routing was complex, like picking the way that we did each spatula, how often we do them. The fact that you had to, the level that you reset on couldn't be replayed until you reset again. So you were picking these, like, routes that were, like, cyclical in, like, which places you'd reset on them and how many of each spatula you get. Like, it was a really complex game. And like again, like I was spearheading the whole pause storage thing. Like I was afraid it was gonna be like moving, where pause storage got found and for years only one person did a run and nobody paid attention to it, right? Like I didn't want to end up being a hypocrite, and I wanted to actually like make the pause storage, like give it a real chance, you know, give it a real chance and try to make it fun. And it was fun for a while. And then we found out that SBA was slow, and like even up until that point, we found out that more and more spatulas that we were doing in the run could just be cut out. Like spatulas just kept getting cut and cut and cut, and then everything got cut in favor of just doing the slop loop like 20 times in a row. So people misremember it, but the 39, like all those runs, like every minute that was done in the 30s on the PlayStation 2, they were earned. Like they were earned runs. It was a different meta. It was evolving fast. that 32, 18, or 19 that I got was actually a very impressive run. It wasn't the right number. It wasn't the 39 number because the meta changed, but like it was an impressive run. I had to do SBA 1 Tiki with the PlayStation 2 controls, complete slop, twice, be able to walk away from it to get tower bungee to save the 20 seconds 2 times. That's a 40-second difference in your run, man. Like, that was a really impressive run, that low 32 run that I got on PlayStation 2. That was the last one before we started doing the real slop route that cut everything out of the game. And then we switched to PS3 that same night and so forth. Like, no, that was like a valid way of playing the game until it really became just repetitive nonsense, like truly. It was just a different era, and we gave it a chance. We always knew the Xbox run was going to be preferred by most people if the game survived, which it ended up surviving, you know, we're lucky for that. But, you know, like, it was just a lot of cope. Like, when I got 39, it was like, oh, you know, it's not really a 39. Like, it is, man. Like, you can look back at all these things, right? Like, when 49 happened, it was like a lot of new strats got found and just made it possible suddenly. And like 48 was possible when 49 happened. When 59 happened, it would have happened months earlier, but I was playing on an Xbox that was slow by 30 seconds. So, like how legit was that? How much of a big goal was that? The number is just a number. Like, the most hype runs were just random numbers, like 43, 57. These numbers are just like, they're just numbers. Like, they don't tell the full story of the game. And that's the epiphany I had in January. It's like, why am I still pushing this run if it's become a game that I don't love anymore? Like, I need to stop this. I'm just going to do what my chat wants me to do now and enjoy the game and do it the way that they want to enjoy it. So we did 100%, and I did that for a bit, and I enjoyed it for what it was. Like, it wasn't the same as making the game any percent faster like I committed to for 9-10 years up until that point, but it was different in a good way. It was like it was a victory lap, you know? Because like I knew that it was over. My priorities were changing at that point. And then when I tried getting back to Xbox 90%, the amount of practice it took, like, it really fucked up my hands bad. And I knew that, like, despite getting 39 paces, like, a lot in that first week or so, like, I just wasn't as fast as I was before. Despite, like, the new strats and setups and stuff, like, I just wasn't playing as fast. I wasn't as passionate. And it's just, even then I was willing to power through and just make it happen because I committed to it. But, like, I committed to it before pause storage was found, you know? Like, it's just a different game. You know, there's somebody out there who, he wasn't even thinking about getting 39 until I said that I was retiring, and now he's motivated to get it, and he'll probably enjoy it when he gets it, you know? Need somebody who's still passionate about improving, because it was an obligation. Like, ever since the 43, it's really felt like an obligation to me. Really. And I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's a good representative of, that's not somebody who should be pushing the world record, you know? It's not a good example. I'm the best representative this game has, but only because I've chosen to evolve and, you know, let myself grow as opposed to just holding on to the same thing forever, you know? And I'm sure that, like, people who view speedrunning as an Olympic sport might be disappointed that I'm not competing with Star to get my record back, right? That's not the point. Like, anybody who really knows this community and what it's about and what I'm about, like, they understand that it makes perfect sense that I chose to retire when somebody closed that gap, because that's all I needed. I just needed somebody to close the gap who was not, like, a fucking shitty person to represent the game, you know? That's all I was waiting for at that point. And one by one, the reasons to continue pushing, just one by one, my motivation over the last year. Like, first it was the hands, you know, then it was the life changes, then it was pause storage, then it was realizing that the numbers don't fucking matter at all, and it's just the community that matters. And then it was the hands again, and then it was somebody who loves it as much as I did when I was younger. And there you go. That's all I needed, Just like the reasons to play just kept falling off one by one. If the game was more competitive, someone could have taken it sooner. Yeah, like I was waiting for 3 years for somebody to do it, yeah. But the game was dead, so nobody was actually playing it. Like, it is very possible that I maybe, like, assuming that my hands got injured the same way they did, because you don't know, if the game were more competitive and active and we fixed the controller problem before my hands got injured, then maybe the injuries wouldn't have happened. If pause stores never got found, like, maybe I'd still care, right? Like, there are a lot of big maybes and stuff and what ifs and whatnots, but I never viewed myself as a competitor, but I was a competitor, though. I've always viewed myself as a champion of the game, but I never viewed myself as a competitor. You have to understand, like, the game wasn't competitive since 2023, but before then the game was extremely competitive, and I was the best at it by a lot. You have to understand that. You have to give me my flowers, right? Like, I am the GOAT. I am the GOAT of the game. I had the world record from when the game had 17 runners on the leaderboard all the way up to 1,017 runners on the leaderboard. I competed against everybody in every era and won every single time until the end when I physically couldn't. I just physically couldn't do it anymore. When I got my most recent record, which by the way, the 4037 was a run before pause storage. It was the last Xbox record before Xbox was the slow console. When I got that record, it was 2 minutes ahead of second place. And Star was second place, 2 minutes behind me. The run at the time when I got it was still I was still definitively by far the best player without, like, it wasn't even close, So, like, for 9 years of playing any percent, I was definitively the best at it. I beat everybody in every era that I actively competed in and played in. All the different players, all different strats, all different leaderboard rules. Like, I beat everyone. And at the end of the day, like, it was an obligation for me to continue playing it at the end. Like, 2026, you could tell we were doing a lot of variety. We were just doing fucking whatever. We were doing 100% runs. Like, at that point, it was just for the fans. And I said that a lot this year. Like, at this point, I'm only still playing for the fans. And that didn't last more. That was 6 months, 6 months of just, like, coasting it. And then somebody caught up. And, if you didn't catch up, then yeah, like, I would totally agree with that. Like, the only reason why Shift has the record at that point is because nobody plays, for sure. But I was legitimately beating everybody up until that point. And the game was one of the most competitive games. It was one of the arguably the most difficult game at many points in its history. Most popular game at certain points as well. And I was still definitively the best. So even though I never played from the perspective that, like, I'm competing against people when it's the Olympics, like, I was by definition a competitor, and I was by definition better than everybody. So if you want to look at speedrunning that way, yeah. But 25,000 hours crammed into 10 years is going to fuck you up. It's going to fuck you up. You're like those 10. We speed ran my speedrunning career. Most normal people would stretch that out to like 15, 20 years. We did it in 10. And like what we accomplished in such a short period of time, it burned bright and it burned out. But what we accomplished is what will be remembered. Like, it's not about how long you play. It's about what you do when you play. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, that's why people still say that, like, Armada is contender for the greatest of all time in Smash, even though he hasn't played in 10 years, It's about what you do, not how long you do it. Like, if somebody, like, plays a game long enough and, like, is just, like, not quite the best and maybe even a bit behind and then eventually becomes the best because the best players don't play anymore, like, that person's not in contention for the GOAT just because they played the longest and they eventually became the best. or they were the best at certain points, but not that long. And they didn't make a big impact on the game. Like, you could play the game for a year and be a GOAT if you make enough of an impact. It just matters how much of an impact you make on the game. So, in my opinion, I will always be the GOAT of BFBB. I'll always be the GOAT of SpongeBob in general, because like none of the other games up until this point, like, they didn't matter. They only matter now because BFBB is as small as the other games. So like all the records are equally just like unimportant at this point, if that makes sense, because they're just not culturally significant. None of them are competitive. None of them are culturally significant at this point. Maybe someday SpongeBob runs get so big to the point where like even like movie matters more than BFBB's record mattered at a certain point, right? Like, who knows how big this can get. But that's my point, is like, I think that it'd be almost impossible to top this legacy for SpongeBob. And then the discussion becomes like, who's the greatest speedrunner of all time, right? Am I in contention for that? I don't think that's for me to say. But I do know that a lot of people have me on that list. So I'm happy with it, personally. That's fine with me. I don't need to be the greatest speedrunner of all time. I don't need to be the greatest SpongeBob player of all time. Because my whole goal was to make the game live forever. And it feels like we are... That dream is still alive, you know? I thought that dream was dead years ago. I was wrong. Couldn't be happier to be wrong about it. So, I know we're watching a video here, but like, I don't know. People are always going to be asking questions about that stuff in comments and stuff, so pause and talk about it. Plus, it forces you to have to watch the original video, which I prefer you do as well.
Let's look at this gaming is dead chart that we've looked at a few times. See this little bump? Yeah, people have been saying...
Yeah, you can't agree on it, exactly. It's not an objective thing.
We're talking about the PS3 and 360 era, by the way.
Like, again, to pause the video, not to be disrespectful, but like... like, telling you, like, we are back in a Cole age. You know, Cole, C-O-E-L, the runner who did the SpongeBob games before me. The guy who had the record in BFBB, Dutchman, and movie all at the same time, Truth or Square. This guy had like every SpongeBob record. Why? Because the community was small. You know? That's where we are now. Like it's hard to admit it and it's hard to accept it, but like Battle for Bikini Bottom is a small game, and the technology, the setups, and the strats have evolved faster over the last 3 years than the world record has improved. Well, okay, that's a bit of a misnomer, right? Because like Battle for Bikini Bottom any percent is PS2, and movie any percent is PS2, and movie's main category is Xbox, and BFB's main category is Xbox. So again, like, movie record is no pause storage. I don't even think it's agreed upon whether it's credits warp or no credits warp. And BFB any percent is PS2. So it's different. But the point is that I agree, you have somebody competing at high level in certain categories in both games, which wasn't happening until now. Like, we are back in the stage of the early... We've had a full reset back to 2016, 2015, whatever, where, like, you have people... Like, it's just the SpongeBob community is very, very small, and people have a high skill level in multiple SpongeBob games, right? That's where we are now. Like, I'm not drawing any conclusions about how Star would have done versus other runners in the more competitive eras. I'm not saying anything like that. Star was too young and too new to the game in 2021 to have competed against the runners during that era, which 2021, in my opinion, could be argued the most competitive era for the game. In terms of overall runner skill, I think it was 2021... 2019 and 2016. Those are the three most competitive years for the game. Everything after 2022 is basically just life support at that point. And the world record holder being me, like, I couldn't even play within 3 minutes of my summer best, like, since UCBs were found. Like, I was officially washed at that point, and we didn't know it yet, right? Like, when you reflect on that, the last run that I had that was within 2 minutes of my summer best was 2022. That was in my opinion, like, my peak, when I'd gotten my wrists sorted out. I wasn't dealing with any injuries. I was still in my mid-20s. It was COVID. Like, yeah, 2021 was fucking insane. And, like, I won that era, too. Definitively, I won that era as well, right? Everybody was on equal footing in 2021. The practice mod, the hard disks, lag clips were gone. You know, all those, like, extraneous factors that would prevent people from being good at the game were completely lifted in 2021. That was the last, like, real fight, you know? If anybody was going to prove they were better than Shift in his prime, it would have been 2021, you know? Like, second place traded hands multiple times over the course of that year. It was Rubbertoe, it was Smiley, it was Orion. Those three. Even, like, Broram was, like, contending for second place at one point, I think. Even Shoei was contending for second place at one point, I think. Like, I think that 2021 is by far the most competitive the game ever was. And Shift still fucking won. And then he got the 43 after the GDQ run. And then he did Swingerless and fucking showed everybody, like, you have no idea how good I am at this game. You can't even comprehend how good 2022 and 2021 Shift was at that game. When everybody was locked inside, we were all playing 12 hours a day. It was a genuine, like, level playing field. You know? Yeah, Jared was still pretty decent, too, yeah. It was a genuine level playing field. That was, like, that was the end for me. Like, I was ready for the documentaries after that. I was ready to go. But then UCBs were found, and I felt obligated to keep things going with that and the community drama going on. Like, I couldn't leave those loose ends untied. Couldn't do that. The Hazel Fusion Various stuff was still going on too. But, yeah, like, I totally agree, like, reflecting on my own career, that, like, at any point in, like, maybe not 2024, because I was still really improving fast in 2024. I just got injured at the end of 2024. I think that, like, 2025, if the game hadn't been dead, very good chance I could have lost my record in 2025. Very possible. The fact that it took until 2026 to happen is honestly surprising. But, yeah, I held it for 10 years, you know? That's a feat that will never be accomplished again. Like, literally, I could be out of the game and retired for 8 years. Like, just think about that, right? Let's say somebody has the record for 8 years up until, like from now, and, like, Star, for example, or somebody else, right? Somebody has the Battle for Bikini Bottom record for 8 years straight up until that point. And then after 8 years, like, my kids are in kindergarten. I have my own house that's, like, paid off. We have other content creators who are fueling the SpongeBob ecosystem, so I don't have to do that anymore. I come back. It takes me a year and a half to get record again. I'm in my mid-30s, right? Like, a 10-year... It's very, very difficult to express, like, how insane a 10-year run is when, like, you're talking about somebody who was playing before the game was even known, through the point when it was not just at its most popular, when it was the most popular game to speedrun for a brief period. And then it had a dip in popularity, and then it had a spike in competitiveness. 2021, 2022, by the way. And then even in the fallout of that, like, he continues to play in the Silver Age and still dominates the Silver Age. Like, you will never see a run like that again in speedrunning, let alone this game. Like, the 10-year world record hold is never going to happen again for Battle for Bikini Bottom unless the game is truly dead. Because, like, yeah, what if there's a 20-year world record hold, right? The only way this happens again is if nobody plays the game anymore. You know? Like, could you say that everything past the 4103 is, like, he would have lost it if people played? Like, sure. Like, maybe. Maybe you can argue that. I would say that I was just so far ahead of everybody, and I stopped improving, so people caught up. And then, of course, like, technology got better, the controllers got better, the setups got better, like, you know, it is what it is. The strats aren't constantly changing, like, so people can catch up and perfect the things that I had to go through 7 years of learning other slot before I could even start working on that. Like, it's a whole big thing, right? I still think that there's nobody who learns and perfects strats faster than I can. Like, I was always the best at the strats, you know? Like, even like swingerless, right? Like, 1 Tiki SBA, doing that twice on the PlayStation, right? Even doing it at all on the PlayStation is crazy for how fucked up the controls are. I think that I'll always be the best at implementing strategies to that game. Like, if I'm needed again someday, I will come back, but I don't think I will be. I think there are more important things at this point. Because there will always be another strat, there will always be another route. I think it's more important for me to exert my efforts into things like the documentaries, kindling the content community again for BFBB, like we had back in the day with like Conquer and JBHJ, and working on Project Z, so we can take back control of not just the development but also the games and the glitches. Like the games that we're playing are breaking down because we're finding too many things in them, you know? We need to be able to control that, and we need to be able to control our releases, and like, we know what we want, just make it, right? We like cruise boosting, we like momentum, we like the bright colors and the fun animations, you know, and the music, like all these things that we like, just fucking mod Rehydrated and make that a reality, you know? So that's where I'm at. I think that's a lot more important than defending my ego in a game that nobody plays anymore. That's facts, though. Like, this is what's happening, right? It's the Cole era recycled again. Like, now you have like a small group of runners who are really, really good, but everybody else is just looking at them like, I don't even know how to even start getting into this, you know? We've truly gone full circle. So that's where we are now. It's just a shame that, like, you know, like BFBB, Xbox runs and PlayStation runs are just flip sides of the same coin, where you're just doing the same strat over and over again. Like, it's no longer a game with diverse tech. Like, it's just doing UCBs over and over. It's just doing pause storage over and over. It's just, you have 3 skills. You have one frame jumps, which are now cheesable with the YA strat. You have SBA, and then you have UCBs. Like, those are the 3 things you have to know. That's the game, you know? Pause storage. All you have to do is 1 frame jumps, which are, you know, also cheesable. Some of them, not as many of them as percentage-wise, but still cheesable. You have pause storage, and then you have the trampoline jump. Like, the game is just very boiled down at this point. Very different game. Yeah, that'd be an interesting full circle, wouldn't it be? I will say that I will still be submitting the game to GDQ. Like, I will come back to the game and run it for events. Like, I already said that I would do that because I'm the best commentator, I'm the best ambassador of the game. But grinding records is not for me anymore. I have nothing to prove. It hurts my hands. It's a waste of time for me, genuinely, because I have to do these kinds of things, like bring people together from all these different games, and like, you're gonna see the fruits of that labor soon. I'm just really focused on this subathon right now. Like, I really have to get this going, but I've been doing some stuff when I can. That movie video that I uploaded, people like, that took me 6 hours to do. I could squeeze it in, you know? Yeah, so they do a strat where they press Y and A 1 frame after the other to make it like a double the frame window or whatever. And like, it was debated for years whether that would actually be an effective strategy, but Star has put a lot of time into it, and he's proven that, you know, he can have just as consistent 1 frames as I do on my good days, like most of the time, like 80 to 90% consistency using that YA strategy. So yeah, like, he invested time into that thing, and it paid off. And he also, like, these guys, they all use the new controller setup where the controllers are modern, they have Hall effect, you know, they have digital inputs, so they're not dropping inputs nearly as much. The sticks don't break down. They don't have to, like, guess your angles on Ballroom because it's all just magnetized. Like, it's the exact value. You can calibrate it on your PC. Like, they're literally playing with alien tech at this point. And they got the 1 frames down with the rolling piano roll strategies. And, you know, like, late game is just, you're just doing UCBs over and over. You don't have all these crazy, stupid angles and weird oblique tricks that are just arcane, right? Like, the game's shorter. It's more perfectible. It's a totally different game. And yeah, it's just not for me anymore. You know? It's just not for me anymore. Even if I were physically in, like, the ability to play physically at this point, like, a lot of my enjoyment came from having to hit those raw frames, and I found the Xbox controller to be very comfortable until it wasn't. Like, these, like, small controllers, like the Xbox, like the GameSirs and stuff, like, they're very weird, like, for my hands. Like, they kind of put strain on my wrists. Like, the Xbox OG controller is the only one that didn't put strain on my wrists, but it ended up fucking up my fingers. So fuck me, I guess, right? Like, in a hypothetical situation way down the road, like years from now, like I get a custom controller built for me that's like ergonomic, perfectly ergonomic for my hands and doesn't break. Like, you know, and if I'm needed, and if there's no content void so the fucking detractors can't take the narrative away from us again. Because that's another reason why I retired, is because there needs to be somebody pushing the community's narrative instead of those fucking chuckle fucks, right? Like, yeah, I showed my bin. You know? Yeah, I fucked up my thumb with the OG buttons, too. I fucked up my thumb. The thumb healed, though. The thumb's fine. I still have a bad scar from it, but, like, it doesn't hurt anymore. The finger still hurts, though. So, yeah, no, we were running through those controllers like crazy. Extremely expensive, too. Like, the game kind of was pay to win in the last few years with how fast they break down from the UCBs and how fast they fuck you up. Just investing money in my own demise. But I held it for 10 years. You know? That's cool. Like I said, like, even if it's done again, the only reason why it would be done again is because nobody plays the game anymore. If somebody manages to hold it for 10 years and the game gets as competitive or more competitive as it was back in the day at any point during those 10 years, then there would be a conversation. But the odds of both of those things happening again, like, nobody understands how astronomical it is that that run occurred, that 10-year run. Nobody understands that. People will ask how I did it. A lot of different things were forcing me to do it. Encouraging me to do it, I mean. A lot of different things encouraging me to do it. Genuinely, no second was wasted playing the game. Because I knew that every bit of practice that went into the game was going to matter to me. But the first time I felt that way, that I didn't want to practice anymore, I didn't care to get better at the game, was after pause storage happened. Because at that point, I was like, yeah, it's not the game anymore. Like, it's just cope, you know? So, that's, for me, personally. I think it's great that people still love the Xbox One and they want to push it, but for me, personally, that's where it ended for me. 100% is still 100%, obviously. I think that's a cool run, but my viewers just really didn't enjoy it. And it didn't feel the same. So, yeah. And you know, the future is open, right? Who knows, man? I want to explore my creative side more. I want to help my friends. That's what we're doing right now. That's what we were doing before I fucking went on a rant. But, like, I want to help my friends escape their jobs, their 9-to-5s. I want to fucking get bigger. I want more influence. I want to take control of our ecosystem, our atmosphere, and make things better for us. And I'm the only person who could do it, so, you know, that can't be said about pushing records in Battle for Bikini Bottom. I am not the only person capable of doing that anymore. So I'm not needed. I'm needed here, you know? Me playing BFBB is a luxury for the community at this point, not a necessity. And when people realize that it's a luxury, like, people are excited for me to play again, instead of being like, oh, another 39 Xbox stream, I guess I'll tune in. when people actually want it, and if I can do it, and if it's the smart thing to do, and if what I'm doing here, talking to you guys, is being done by somebody else who can do it just as well or better, then yeah, I'll go where I'm needed, you know? I'm just here to keep the ship moving. I'm here to keep the ship moving because, like, I built this ship. This is my legacy. Star playing is a continuation of my legacy. Me doing the content is a continuation of my legacy. There's so much that needs to be continued, and it can't be done by just one person anymore, you know? If we want to get to that point, if we want to scale up, somebody needs to be in charge. And it's got to be me.
You know, one of the most beloved eras in gaming history ever. So, that was an L. You had a whole wave of YouTubers who were making a living off of spinning the narrative that
this is crazy to me, by the way.
Mainly
even then, people did this.
360 and PS3 games to stuff that had come out in the SNES or N64 era.
You know what's great about the SNES? They didn't have the power to make games like this. They had to actually use their brains to get around the limitations. Games
Ringo
had to be
Tonga,
inspired to be successful in the SNES.
We see that same pattern today, but today, instead of those consoles, it's the 6th and 7th gen. We've seen this time, and time, and time, and time again. There's a very rosy retrospective that is trending in the world of gaming right now. People tend to have a bias towards positive experiences that occurred earlier in their lives compared to ones that happened later. This attitude transcends video games. We all know someone who doesn't listen to any new music today because new music sucks, or someone who prides themselves on the fact that they haven't been in the movie theater.
Most appreciative of
everything that
classics
comes
award.
out today is garbage. It's possible to have a rosy retrospective, aka a declinism bias, towards literally anything in life, and it can really damper your ability to enjoy things that are happening in the present. It goes beyond that, though. New opportunities will pass you by if you fixate on the great moments of the past while believing that everything today is worse. People have done experiments researching this framework.
Yeah, we've always heard this.
People's enjoyment levels were tracked
frequently
before,
quoted
during,
study.
and after their vacations. People tended to follow the same predictable pattern. Before the trip, they were extremely excited, counting down the days until it was time to go. In the moment, though, the little things. Airport security.
This is what I mean too with the speedrunning thing. Like when we tried the legacy categories, when I tried going back to original Xbox runs after pause storage, like you think it's gonna be great. You think it's gonna be like it was so good back then. It's gonna be just as good now. It's not. Like it's this is why we have these runs recorded, right? Because they emit like a vibration, you know. Like when you're watching a run, when you're watching an any percent run of in 2017, like there's just so much like wonder in the guy's eyes. Like who knows what's possible in this game? Who knows? But now when you watch like in 2025 or 6, like it's like now we know. Like you've seen it all. Even like the reaction, like obviously there are more layers to that reaction, but like on the surface level, the reaction to the sub 41 any percent run is like, he's done this millions of times. He's a middle-aged man at this point, nearly. Like, and he's done this hundreds of times. You know? This is why we got to preserve these videos, you know? Because when you go back and you play these things that you think were going to be like it's going to be just as good as it was, like it's all within the period. It's all within the era. It was great because it was great at the time when it was great. And like that in and of itself, like it's a lesson to cherish what you have when you have it. Cherish the moment when it is the moment. Because like, you know, at one point all you have is nostalgia, and like nostalgia is not even real. Like these things when they happened were art. And like you can only do so much to replicate that feeling when it's over, you know.
Plans not going the way you want them to cramped the experience, causing the people on vacation to report a sense of mild disappointment and annoyance in the moment. Then, a few weeks after,
many such cases,
when they were asked about how they felt about the trip, they usually looked back on it fondly. More fondly, in fact, than how they would have rated the trip in the moment. We have a tendency to forget the annoyances of the past while simultaneously remembering the best moments of it very strongly. This leaves us with a skewed perception on how good we had it back then.
Reliving the glory days is better than acting like they didn't happen.
Yes!
We love to cherry pick the best moments while forgetting the bumps in the road in between. It's easy to forget all the annoyances that came.
Prime example, right?
That we don't think about today.
360 arcade,
like
OG
I don't
PS3.
miss having to deal with crappy shovelware games for every single kid's movie.
Is Robots really that bad? Over the Hedge is fucking mid. Certain Ratatouilles are liked, I think. I don't know. I don't know if all these games are actually shovelware, though. My list would be very different. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, absolutely, dude. That game is shit. You know what? I would put on this list like games that are shit, but we knew they were shit. Definitely Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Definitely Mr. Bean, for sure. Like Xbox 360, Truth or Square, you know, like those types of games. Yeah, I mean, like, the 360 Red Ring is just a fucking coin flip, right? Like, flip a coin, lands on tails, you get a red ring, console's gone.
That ever released. But we don't think about those.
Over the Hedge is
considering
mid.
the greatness of the 6th generation.
Probably fun as a kid, though.
We think about the best of the best. I'm sure all the negativity we hear about stupid gimmicky crap like DLSS 5 will be completely gone in a far memory from 25 years.
Maybe.
It's not a black and white subject, because there
It
are
could go down a
genuine
bad
changes
road.
and differences that take place in different eras of culture that can be observed and compared. But if you hear someone make a statement like all video games from today are bad or nothing.
Well, with the Red Ring of Death for Xbox, right? Maybe just anecdotal evidence, but when I was a kid in the suburbs, everybody had their fucking consoles in their basement. These like sweaty, hot basements. On the carpet or in like a cabinet, like these big bulky cabinets that were designed to have CRTs on them. And like they put the PlayStations in the cabinets, at least in the 6th generation, at least the first party controllers required you to be plugged in. So the case was open, right? I can't tell you though how many times I went to somebody's house during the 7th generation of games where they had the PlayStation 3 in the same cabinet, just like they had the PlayStation 2, except now the controllers are wireless. So they have a closed cabinet with a wooden cabinet closed like a fucking oven with their PlayStation inside of it. Like, that's the reason why those things fucking lit on fire, dude. Because, like, yes, they were poorly engineered, but if they weren't stuck inside of a fucking cabinet like that, they were on the ground vacuuming your carpet. People just didn't know how to take care of their shit. Like, when I was playing with, yeah, well, like, a lot of people did that. Yeah, a lot of people did. Shit, like, I still, like, literally, like, my relatives, I go to Thanksgiving every year. They have a PlayStation 2 from when, like, my cousin was a kid. And, like literally you would see like my little cousins who are like 10 years old, like they'll play it, but like the cabinets close for the PlayStation 2. Like, that's just like these like old school like hardwood cabinets that people keep CRTs on and devices inside. Like, yeah, like we're not letting computers, like, now, like, since because of like Linus Tech Tips and stuff, like PC building is just hobbyism at this point, so everybody knows how to properly ventilate technology, but like back then nobody fucking knew or cared. They were just magic boxes that produced video games. You know? I forgot how this started, but yeah. When I was doing my PlayStation runs last year, and like the window was open, the cold breeze was coming in, it was sitting on top of a cookie rack so it get more air. Like, we know how to do these things now, but back then, like, we didn't.
I think it's fun anymore. You can rest assured that's declinism bias talking. Point is, love the art of the past, but love the art of today as well. It's great to feel nostalgia for past times because they often tell the stories of lightning being struck in bottles. But it's important not to get stuck in that bottle, or else one day, you may end up on a shelf in a museum.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He expands it right at the end too. Like it stays on topic, but it has a much, oh god. He stays on topic and he expands it to a larger picture at the end, which is exactly what you have to do. It's good writing. It's very good writing. And I'm looking forward to more of his videos. So you can subscribe to Ringo Tongo on YouTube. Sure some of y'all probably have at this point. Yeah, he got some subs. Very nice. Yeah, Rumi made me watch the AVGN episode on Superman 64. I was better at the game than him. I actually liked the ring challenge. I thought they were fun, but I didn't want to bore you guys. I was intrigued, but like I know I didn't have a memory card. I knew I wasn't going to finish the game that night, so I said, we got to cut this off, you know? If I had a memory card, maybe I would have continued, but like, yeah. The memory pack I did not have access to. But yeah, I mean, AVGN, from the one video that I watched, it's very early era YouTube shit. For the time, it was probably great. It's probably very nostalgic to people. Yeah, Ringo's gonna be making more videos. I'll be promoting him. I'm trying to figure out how to have him on my stream during the subathon, like what we can do together. We got a whole calendar that we can organize with events. So we got that going on. And like to close off the conversation earlier, like I'm kind of tired of being the villain or like people being bored of me winning, you know. So it all came at a right time with the hand injuries and the life direction and the obligations on the internet into SpongeBob community and stuff. Like, if it ever happens, if Shift ever comes back to reclaim his throne as the GOAT, or as the best player, because I'll always be the GOAT, I really want to feel like people need it. Like, they really, really want Shift to be pushing that record again. Because, like, I feel like I never got that. Like, I feel like I've always gotten flamed, you know? And if we can make the game as... The only time in my entire career I felt like people were on my side was when Rehydrated was coming out. So what do we have to do? We have to make our own Rehydrated. And we got to cover it, you know? Like, I know what needs to be done. And there's going to be a passing of the torch moment someday. Like... 10 years from now, when we've accomplished what we have to, and there are other content creators who are way more likable, way funnier, way more charismatic than I am, they're going to be talking about these games, and someday I pass the torch to them in that regard, and then whatever happens after that, you know, like maybe my kids are teenagers, I got more free time, maybe I speedrun again. Who knows? Maybe medical advancements will be good enough to be able to, you know, lock in my fucking mid-30s or early 40s, right? Who knows? Like, the future is totally open. I don't plan on going anywhere. You know, I love this community. I built it. I don't want to fucking leave it. Never give it up for anything. But I think that, like, as far as the trolls go, they're going to learn the hard way if they want to keep doing this shit. That, like, it's all... Maybe they're too stupid to realize this, or maybe it was intentional the whole time, but it's all narrative control, right? The only reason why... A big reason why the game died over the last few years. Probably the reason why I didn't lose my record sooner is because they made the game so unlikable to play and be around. So thanks for that, I guess, for my 10 years of holding the record, right? Partially responsible for that, because they made the game so hideous to look at and be around. It's all narrative, right? Because I was always a rager. There have always been ragers. There have always been people who act insufferable. Star fucking acts insufferable when he plays that game too. He's clearly... I don't want people to force him to play it, or for him to feel like he's forced to play that game, you know? Like, it almost seems like he has more fun just fucking doing a movie for 3 minutes and just, like, killing the game, right? Like, BFBB is objectively at that level not fun to play. And I hope that he doesn't feel obligated to get 39 to, like, make me proud or something like that. Like, I hope that if he wants to do it, he does it when he wants to do it, if he wants to do it. Because then it's just the same thing as me, except without the fucked up hands, right? Like, it's got to be the right time for the right reasons. Otherwise, the game's just going to be dead, you know? It's got to be a glorious moment, that next minute break, to ensure that more minute breaks will happen after that, even if it isn't any percent anymore, right? So I hope the trolls realize that their narrative control is over. My videos are way better. They get way more views, and we have way more people who are way more engaged now because I'm awake at this point again. I'm out of my slumber. I'm out of speedrun hell, and I'm awake. And they're not going to be able to control the narrative anymore. And if I stop doing this, then they're just going to do it again. So that, like, rest assured that I am retired. Like, I am completely retired at this point. And even if I weren't, if I came back, how am I going to, like, manage, like, not just, like, the time it takes to improve the game and stay good enough to be able to push records? How am I going to manage being an ambassador of the game and also hating myself for playing it? Like, those two things, like, they don't go together. And, like, when I sit around saying that, like, I love the game, I'm trying to keep it alive, while also torturing myself physically and mentally doing it, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, nobody's going to listen to what I'm saying because my thoughts are and words are not congruent with my actions. So this is why this is the only choice, right? And, like, I could have just said I'm taking a break for a long time, but, like, no, that's not what people want to hear. They want to hear that I'm retiring, and, like, the attention that I got from that could be put on the guy who's still playing, and at the perfect time, he managed to get the record. Like, who knew how long it was going to take? We knew it would eventually happen, but he did it so soon that now people are aware of him, and, like, as long as he doesn't drop the ball with streaming, he'll be around for a long time. He'll be around long enough for us to be able to finish what we have to do to get things rolling again. Because it's a new era, and it's been a new era for a long time. Simply just playing the game as a speedrun and uploading long-form content, like, that's not how you make a game big anymore. We didn't even know you could make a game big like that in the first place. After Siglemic. I'm the only person to do it like that other than Siglemic. And, like, you know, Cosmos/Narcissa, right? Like, if there were a Mount Rushmore for popularizing speedrun games, I'd be on it. You know? Like, we didn't know it was possible for a game that nobody knew about to get remade because of speedrunning. We didn't fucking know that was possible. And, like, I figured it out once, I could figure it out again. Now that I'm not tied down to playing the game, I can figure it out a second time and prove once and for all that I know what I'm fucking doing, I guess, right? For anybody who was questioning it at this point, who didn't want to have faith in my leadership, you know? Yeah, we'll look back on these streams as, like, the calm before the storm, because I didn't retire because I want a break from working. I retired because I want to work harder instead of shoving a square peg into a round hole. Oh, Rehydrated was a massive financial success. Rehydrated is the reason why we got remakes of Epic, like Epic Mickey got a remake. It's the reason why SpongeBob got sequel games. It's the reason why Purple Lamp was purchased by THQ Nordic for the sole purpose of making those games. It's the reason why Battle for Bikini Bottom specific canon characters were referenced in the show. Literally, Prawn got they had his BFBB lines recited in the SpongeBob show. Because Battle for Bikini Bottom was such a cultural phenomenon during that time. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's actually crazy. BFBB Rehydrated sold 2 million copies. 2 million copies in the first year that it was out. 2 fucking million copies. The Sponge games following that sold 1/10 or lower. But we still get them. Like, it's a niche again, but, like, we had that niche and it's still a thing. We still get these games because Rehydrated was such a massive success. And it was a marketing success on our end. Because that was when everybody was speedrunning, everybody was talking about speedruns, everybody was watching speedruns, everybody was on Twitch because of COVID. It all just lined up perfectly, and, like, despite it not being a perfect game, it exists and we can fix it. And we can make our own, we can Rehydrated and have a second shot. And it can be what we wanted it to be. And the documentaries that can be even better than they were before. You know? We can just redo 2020 all over again. 7 or 8 years later, we can redo it. And by then, the kids who grew up with Rehydrated will be like 16, 17 years old. And they'll be at the perfect age to get into speedrunning and get into records. And, like, that's the next generation. Like, at that point, like, this generation will be going into that phase where I was when I was in my early 20s, when they were, you know, ambassadors and you know, champions of the game, talking about it, like, being more, like, ready for that phase, you know? Like, this all needs to happen now, or it's not going to happen. Yeah, I really like this video a lot. It's a good video. And he'll be making more. I was going to make this video earlier, but I forgot. That's funny. But I forgot. Base. I wonder if the game choice is going to impact how many views it gets. Like, I would have just picked Minecraft. I would have chosen Minecraft as the game here. You know? Or, like, Silent Hill. So, like, it gets recommended to people who know what Silent Hill is. I think this might be, like, gutting his views. The automatic game choice selection that YouTube picked for him. I'm going to actually tell him this. Alright. 3 a.m. perfect time to call it. I suppose we shall. I might not stream tomorrow. If I do, it'll probably be because I got a really good idea. I'm taking suggestions. You could post them in, like, general chat. Like, if you have an idea for a game that you want me to stream. If I really, really want to stream tonight, I will. But if I don't see you, it's because I'm working on the subathon. And I'm feeling a lot better about the trailer scripts, and I got another video that I'm 12 minutes into editing as well. That'll probably come out like Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon or something. 20-minute video on the future of BFBB with, like, all the new tech and stuff and categories that are exciting and things like that. That'll probably be my last video before the subathon trailers, and then it's just the subathon at that point. So yeah, especially to moderators, like, there's going to be a schedule for the subathon outside of the challenges that we're doing. So we're going to have to discuss that, like, how to, like, pick dates and stuff, and, like, special events and things like that in prime time. You know, it'll be fun. So when that announcement goes through, we have 2 weeks to figure out people's availability and stuff. Does it have a firm date? That's what I'm trying to figure out. A lot of that rests on the shoulders of Rumi, unfortunately, who's sleeping at the moment. She has to finish my costumes. If the costumes don't get done, we're gonna have to wait another week probably. But no, I'm just playing. Like, it's not just that. It's, like, other technology and stuff, like the timer in the upper right corner. You probably noticed that timer. I've been testing the subathon timer to make sure it works. If it doesn't work, that's gonna be a problem. You know, my developer, you know, Yeoman, is doing my development for this specific aspect. He's on vacation right now until the end of the month. And then my developers for the storefront for the cards, like, fuck, they're just really hard to get a hold of. I'm going to harass them tomorrow probably if I don't hear back from them because it's a weekend. I'm just going to be patient. Yeah. Yeah. If we need more time, it's for a multitude of factors. But it's probably going to be announced for either Saturday the 1st or Friday the 6th. That's what I'm thinking right now. Like, those 5 days might actually be crucial if I need them. But yeah. We'll see. So tired, dude. I'm gonna raid Flame Zero. He's playing Movie. He's playing the main category in Movie. You guys can go watch him, get some Movie exposure. I'm gonna go take a big movie and take a movie and movie myself to sleep. Alright. Take care. Maybe I'll be here tonight. If not, make sure you check out my YouTube channel for my latest video on movie speedruns. Actually, it's a short one. It's like 9 minutes long, so check that out. Alright. Thanks for watching, and I'll be back maybe